Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. As we gather today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Omagwani Algonquin people. We thank the Omagwani people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we're extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. If you could please stand for a moment of silent reflection and O Canada. And Ms. Dombrowski, could you conduct roll call, please?
Yes, thank you, Warden, and good morning. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster. Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warden Nemo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Yawn. Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor McKenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Here.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
Thank you. Warden, we have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to see everybody this morning. And is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on. And if I could have a motion to adopt the minutes of County Council May 29, 2024. And I believe those the other one, is that the closed minutes as well, underneath it? Okay, and then the closed minutes of May 29, 2024. A mover, please. Member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by a member from Killoughhagy Richards. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. Members of County Council, during the month of June, I attended 16 meetings on county business. On June 7th, the 17th annual Renfrew County Wardens Golf Tournament took place at the Dragonfly Golf Links, which raised over $5,000 for 2 local charities, Autism Ontario, East Region, and the County of Renfrew's Housing and Homelessness Fund. I would like to thank the generous sponsors and supporters that made this event so successful. We wrapped up the 2023 Ontario Winter Games on June 10th, announcing that the Games Legacy Fund will consist of $375,000, which has been entrusted to the recently renamed Ottawa Valley Community Foundation. The Legacy Fund will see the first applications in early 2025, with granting areas consisting of a youth sport grant, sports clubs grant, and major sports infrastructure grant. This event would not have been successful without the hard, dedicated work of the County of Renfrew volunteers and sponsors. And I wish to thank this Chambers for their ongoing support as we put the project together over the 3 years, which initially was only supposed to be 18 months. So thank you very much for your support, both in the Chambers and out of the Chambers. From June 12th until the 14th, Councillor Murphy and myself attended the Roma board meetings in Thunder Bay, which she has provided a report on and will overview further along in the meeting. I would like to thank Councillor Dan Lynch for attending the Algonquin College graduation on my behalf on June 14th, and I think Dan was glad to know it was a non-speaking part. On June 21, I attended an AMO board meeting in Barrie, which I will provide an update on later during the meeting. During the month of June, we observed National Indigenous History Month, Seniors Month, Pride Month, Local Food Week, June 3rd to 9, National Long-Term Care Day, June 16, National Indigenous Peoples Day, June 21, National Day of Remembrance for Victims of Terrorism, June 23rd. And Ontario Bike Month. And please don't forget to log your cycling photos and walking photos and submit them to the Silver Chain Challenge. This Friday is the anniversary of the 86 inquest recommendations, and a vigil event is planned in Barry's Bay at the Opeongo Senior Center at 3:30 p.m. that encourages survivors, family members, and those who have advocated for implementation of the recommendations and members of the public to attend. I'd like to wish everyone a very safe and happy Canada Day this coming weekend, and encourage you to take part in your local community festivals and support the volunteers that make events like this such an important part of our local fabric. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. And next, we'll move to delegations, and I'm assuming Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Council. Very pleased to be joined this morning by Ms. Lori Huber of KPMG, who is your audit partner. And we're here today to overview your financial statements and the work she has done in order to audit those statements. So I'll begin by making a few comments on the financial statements themselves, which begin as item 11E, Appendix 3, which should be on your screens now, or page 171 if you are following along in the printed copy. My first comment that I'd like to make is to thank Lori and her team at KPMG, as well as my own staff, for the hard work that goes into creating these statements. It's quite a lot of work over a number of months. So very pleased that that's finished, and thank you to Lori and her team, as well as my own staff. Beginning with the statement of financial position, which is your balance sheet as a municipality, just like to point out some of the new items. So if you're in the financial liability section, you will note partway down the page a new item, asset retirement obligation. This is our response to a new standard for the public sector accounting standards that came out this year, where we were required to identify and cost any remediation that we are legally obligated to do in the event of an environmental standard that we would have to remediate. In the case of the County of Renfrew, this relates exclusively to asbestos that's found in buildings we own. Approximately 180 buildings, or 740,000 square feet of construction impacted by asbestos, primarily inside the Renfrew County housing portfolio. Our estimate of the remediation cost to deal with that asbestos would be $17 million. So that is management's estimate, new item this year that you will see going forward. The other item to point out is our work in progress. That would be construction that's occurring but not yet finished at December 31st. So for the 2023 year, it's $100 million. Approximately $50 million of that would relate to the Algonquin Trail, which is still an ongoing project to get those last few parcels of the trail itself. And $45 million would relate to linear assets like roads and bridges that are under construction at year end, the balance being a number of small items. Moving along to the statement of operations, which would be your income statement for the municipality, just to give you an idea of sort of the general operating operations of the county. We're approximately $180 million a year organization. About $100 million of that, or $95 million, comes from government transfers, mostly provincial, and $55 million from property taxes, and the balance would be other items. So mostly dependent on government transfers and property taxes. If we move along into the expenses, you probably aren't very familiar with these categories. So general government would be Finance and Administration Committee, as well as the real property assets. Protection Services would reference the POA Court and the Emergency Management Department. Transportation Services would be Public Works. Health Services would be Paramedic Service and the Health Unit, as well as the OV-OHT transfers. Social and Family Services would be Ontario Works Childcare and Long-Term Care, so approximately $40 million of that $70 million is long-term care. Social housing is, of course, our Renfrew County Housing Corporation, as well as those other housing providers we support. Recreation and cultural services would be the Trails Department, as well as in the 2023 year, the Ontario Winter Games. And then planning and development would be planning, economic development, as well as forestry. And so you can see there the annual surplus would be $22 million under the public sector accounting standards. And if we move along into note 13, we can see how that ties back to the municipal surplus as we reported in April of this year. So municipalities, all municipalities that I'm aware of, would budget differently than the public sector accounting standards. So, if I can get there. If we were to look at note 13, we would see our surplus of $22 million, and then in the municipal sector, we do not budget for amortization, but we do budget for the capital purchases cash value in the year we incur them. We do not budget, we do budget for principal repayments on our debt, and we would review the proceeds of that debt as an income, as well as transfers to reserves, which would not appear in your audited financial statements, but we would budget for. And then you can see there that that brings us down to our $8 million municipal surplus, which is comprised of what we reported, $2.2 million in general fund, $2 million in Miramichi Lodge, $3 million in Bonisher Manor, and $680,000 in Renfrew County Housing Corporation. The only other item of note is I would direct you to note number 11, which is our schedule of reserves. Just to comment on when we speak to reserves, there is the full listing of our reserves, and they're approximately $3 million decreased from the year before. Excuse me. With that, I will turn it over to Lori for her portion of the presentation as it relates to the work she did on the audit, if I can find that.
Wonderful. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Burke. Through you, Mr. Warden. Good morning, County Council. It's my pleasure to be here before you to share with you the highlights of our audit for the fiscal year ended December 31, 2023. I did sit and walk through the audit findings in quite a level of detail with the Finance Committee. So what I was going to propose here this morning would be to provide Council with a high-level summary of some of the key items that formed part of our audit for the current year. So moving into our report, I'll start on page number 5, which should say status at the top of the page. So this was issued prior to our delivery of our presentation to the committee. Recognizing today is the day that is slated for Council to approve the financial statements. Today would be the audit report date. So our subsequent event window has certainly stayed open up until today to make sure that there's nothing in this intervening period that might have any implications either on the numbers and or any financial statement disclosures. So we are essentially complete, subject to Council's approval. Moving along in our report, I'll stop briefly on page number 8, which should say risk assessment summary. So at a high level, some of you would have recalled from our conversation in the previous year that a KPMG audit approach is very much a risk-based audit approach, which means we stand back looking at the financial statements as a whole and trying to identify where we believe there's a greater risk of material misstatement occurring. I would say, generally speaking, we do have the benefit of auditing a number of municipal clients, including upper tiers. And so with that, we do have somewhat of a consistent approach, save for any uniqueness in any individual areas. So what you'll see on the page here, just to highlight to your attention, 2 types of risks for the current fiscal year for the county. So the one that Mr. Burke has already alluded to was a significant shift this year with the implementation of a new accounting standard related to asset retirement obligations. Because the financial statements are on a consolidated basis, we knew that the housing piece related to asset retirement obligations was going to be large. Certainly it's important always in any first year adoption, making sure that the adoption is done correctly and it is complete. And I would say completeness from an audit perspective is probably the biggest risk. So in this first year, we have assessed the risk as significant. And what that means is it requires an otherwise higher level of detail from an audit perspective to make sure that we are comfortable with the process that management has undertaken with respect to that adoption. So that was assessed. That has now been complete. And you'll see in the details of our report, certainly confident in the work the team has put together in that regard. The other item that you'll see flagged here on this page is a significant risk related to management override of controls. Without going into a lot of detail, every financial statement audit in Canada presumes a risk of fraud related to the management override of controls. You'll see more detail on the subsequent slide, but essentially what I wanted to share with you here today, it's not unique, it's not new to your organization, it's across all financial statement audits. There are mandated procedures that we are required to complete based on our profession, and so we have done that work again this year, and you will see in our report no findings to bring to your attention. The other items are some of the more significant items you'll see either on your balance sheet or your income statement assessed as base, and we've completed our audit work with no real findings to bring to your attention. Moving along on page number 12, I'll stop briefly with respect to control deficiencies. We are required as part of any financial statement audit to share with you any significant deficiencies in internal controls. So as part of any financial statement audit year over year, sitting down with the team, understanding what is uniquely different from the previous year, culminating an understanding of the systems, processes, and controls related to the financial reporting process. And so I'm pleased to report today, based on those conversations and those inquiries and review of documentation, there's certainly nothing from a significant deficiency point of view to alert you to here today as part of our audit. You will see on the next slide, there is more background on some of the changes this year. We've given asset retirement obligations a lot of focus simply because the number was significant. The other new piece that was different that you will see in the financial statements this year relates to a whole new suite of accounting standards related to financial instruments. This one didn't impact the numbers per se, but if you've had the opportunity to read through the financial statements, there are new requirements under this new suite of standards to include financial risks that would be meaningful to a user of the financial statements. So they now form part of the financial statements and will carry on into future years as well as required. Just as a reminder to the group, on page number 16, we are required to be very much vigilant with respect to our independence in order for us to be that independent set of eyes as we opine on the financial statements. So Pleased to report here today, there's certainly nothing from a non-audit service point of view that we have rendered through the course of the year that might have been thought to encroach on our independence. So we firmly believe we have maintained our independence throughout the course of the year. So of course, all this really forms our single deliverable, which will take you to page number 19, Appendix 1A, which is our draft auditor's report. So this is really our annual contribution to the financial statements. It is in draft, but it would be a clean audit opinion based on the findings or lack thereof for the fiscal 2023 year. We believe the financial statements do present fairly in all material respects the financial activities of the county for the year ended December 31, 2023. You will see there are a couple of additions in the audit report this year. You'll see on the bottom of the page that's uniquely different this year, related to an emphasis of matter comparative information. So what this is really stemming from is the implications of that new asset retirement obligation standard. It was retroactively applied. So if you were to compare the 2022 issued financial statements with the comparative column this year in 2023 for 2022, they are different because of that retroactive application. So that's required in our audit report this year to alert a user of the financial statements as to the reason why previously issued financial statements have been changed. On the top of the next page, it does share with you as well the other matter at the top to say as part of the fiscal 2023 audit, we've certainly audited the adjustments to the comparative period as well, and certainly believe in our view that those adjustments have been made correctly as well. Other than that, the body and content of the audit report has remained unchanged year over year. As a reminder to the group, the financial statements are very much the responsibility of management. They are a product of management, and the audit report also articulates the responsibilities of yourselves, being those charged with governance related to the financial statements. So that really takes me to the end of the pieces that I thought were most relevant for this morning's presentation, and perhaps I will pause and welcome any questions from the group.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? The member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you so much. Notwithstanding, Mr. Warden, notwithstanding that I had given Mr. Burke heads up at Finance Administration on a couple of questions, I'm going to move away from those and ask some brand new ones today. When we were developing the budget for 2024, we were very pleased to have it reported that we had misinterpreted eligibility for enhanced funding for long-term care. And in fact, this reached all the way back. I think a slight amount was we were provided in 2021, and then a substantial sum in 22, and then in 23. And when it was discovered that, in fact, we were eligible, long-term care, both the manor and the lodge were eligible for these funds, we certainly could accommodate in 2023 a reallocation of utilization of the provincial dollars that then freed up some of our municipal levy dollars. However, at that time it was stated that the financial statements for 2022 would have to be restated because of the small amount from 21, but then the substantial amount in 22. And I think that might have been something in the order of $4 million or something like that. So my question is, Council will be certainly familiar with the reporting in the document itself, that there has been restatement of several items. There is a note at the top of several of the statements, but they are, I think, exclusively in relation to the asset retirement obligation. And I'm wondering, what is the status of the restatement of the 2022 financial reporting, given the post-audited financial statements being released from 2022?
Mr. Burke?
Yes, thank you for the question through you, Warden. So if I can take the first part of it, that is essentially the case. The issue in question related to was funding in long-term care related to the 4 hours of care funding. And our original premise with the funding was that we had to increase hours of care in order to be eligible to keep the funding. And across several discussions with the ministry, which also involved KPMG as well, We came to the conclusion, and the ministry did put in writing that that was not the case. The funding could be used for any eligible staffing costs. We're very pleased to hear that, but it did result in approximately $3 million of 2022 revenue that we had thought was repayable to the province being recognized in 2023. So very much a good news story, but quite a change from what we had originally estimated. So across the last several months, myself and KPMG have had a number of discussions about how do we show this in our financial statements. And maybe at that point, I'll turn this over to Lori for the outcome of that.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Burke. So I can certainly elaborate a little bit more on that matter. So we were alerted to this as we completed. There are specific annual reconciliation reports for long-term care on a calendar year basis that tend to happen much later, post year end. So that work was executed in the fall of 2023. And as we completed a bulk of those reports across the sector, it became very clear there was variability in terms of the way those specific amounts were accounted for. That then led to specific conversations with yourselves and the ministry to gain a further understanding in terms of the correct treatment. So ultimately, those adjustments were made in that 2022 long-term care reporting. And then that's essentially treated as a change in estimate in the current year's 2023 consolidated financial statements. And in the accounting world, a change in estimate is dealt with prospectively, and it was essentially close to materiality. So we've included it in the current year and did not have a need to go back and restate previous years in that regard. And I would say that's consistent across the sector.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you to both Mr. Burke and Ms. Hubers. So just for clarity for the layperson in the room, and I am eminently that, ultimately, we were advised, I think in January, that a restatement of 2022 audited financial statements was going to be required. What I am hearing is that no, it has been accounted for in other means, and there is not a requirement to restate the 2022 audited financial statements, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Member from Bossier Valley and Chair of Finance.
Thank you, Warden. Just as the Chair of Finance, I just want to thank Lori and your team for all your hard work, but mostly to Mr. Burke and his team for once again producing a clean, audited financials. And thank you very much. You make my job easy.
Thank you. Oh, and I'm sorry, the member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. And I highlighted this at a committee presentation earlier, but the $17 million liability for the asbestos removal, I just want to make a note that we don't have that captured as an item in our long-term financial plan. And I know it's awaiting the business condition assessment and looking at that perspective, but just to highlight that we recognize it as a $17 million item on our statements now, but it's not in our long-term financial plan at this point. So it is still a concern in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wrote it down as the Neil issue, so thank you. And with that, Aviston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just to comment on Councillor Nicholson's remarks, it is important to understand as well that at this point it's an estimate. As I recall from Finance and Administration, there were 180 buildings that have been identified as requiring mitigation/abatement. But I think that this is a very high-level estimate. I know at FNA, and I just in doing the math, I think it came to just under $100,000 a building. Mr. Burke's response was, on mean, that is not far off, but there is a great deal of variability across buildings, and some is substantially more and some substantially less. But at this point, I wonder if Mr. Burke could even offer, if it is quantifiable, what our level of confidence is in our estimate.
Mr. Burke, please.
Yes, through you, Warden, that is an excellent question. I would say it is most certainly not perfectly accurate, but within reason, it is the best estimate we can come up with at the moment. So were we to hire a contractor today to try and abate all that asbestos, we would certainly end up paying a different price. But it was based on what we were seeing in the sector at the time, and it's the best estimate we can come up with, so it is quite reasonable.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Thank you. And as Councillor Nicholson has commented, it is not part of our asset management plan. However, it is part of this. It has diminished our accumulated surplus. It is very similar to WSIB liabilities. I know that Mr. Burke has commented previously this year, 2024 is the year for another actuarial report. These are commonly in our lower tier municipalities and here, often referred to as unfunded liabilities. And while they are not funded, they are in fact on our audited financial statements because they are reducing our accumulated surplus by that $17 million figure.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Huber. It's always a pleasure, and you can continue your day.
Thank you very much. Bye for now.
Bye-bye. And now, Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, committee members. I'm pleased to introduce the next delegation, and I'll ask them to come up. So we have here today Keenan Stone and Jennifer Dolman of our newest committee, or revised committee, the Renfrew County Agriculture Economic Development Committee. And you'll recall back last month that we did change the terms of reference. And a bit of a background before they start their delegation. At one time, starting in 2002, we did have a Renfrew County, or we initiated the Renfrew County Agricultural Leadership Advisory Committee, and that was established by County Council in response to help fill gaps following provincial cutbacks. And then in 2003, we did establish a Renfrew County Agricultural Development Committee, responsible for the coordination of the funds of $22,000 at the time from the County Council. So since that time, a lot of discussions about merging those two committees. And just last month, as we talked about, we did merge those two committees with the new terms of reference, and they're here to talk about the committee. And thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Good morning, Warden Emo and County Council. Thank you for having us here today. As was mentioned, my name is Keenan Stone, and I am the current chair of the Renfrew County Agriculture Economic Development Committee and president of the Renfrew County Federation of Agriculture, a local business owner, farmer, and mother, among other things. And I have with me my colleague, Jen Dolman.
Hi, I'm Jen Dolman, and I am a farmer, a grains and oilseed grower, beekeeper, mother, past president of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, and you can look on the thing to see all the different hats we have to wear because there's a lot less farmers than there used to be, and we have to do a lot more. Now, Keenan is more succinct than I am, so she's going to do most of the talking.
All right, so as I trust you're aware, the Renfrew County Agriculture Economic Development Committee was created to provide guidance and feedback on the state of the agriculture sector within Renfrew County and to recommend and assist with possible initiatives in support of agricultural, economic, and business development activities locally, including requesting and dispersing the funds contributed by the county in support of these initiatives. You can see on the slide the logos of our current committee members, and we also have a number of agribusiness representatives and representatives from OMAFA, formerly OMAFRA, Farm Credit Canada, Community Futures Development Corporation, and interested municipalities, which currently includes Laurentian Valley and Whitewater Region, as well as your own representative from Council, Councillor Dave Bennett, and support from county staff. So the impact of agriculture in Renfrew County is not insignificant. Of Renfrew County's 7,300 and some odd square kilometers, nearly 1,200 square kilometers is arable farmland. That's over 16% of our land base. It's worked by approximately 1,000 farms, averaging just under 300 acres each. 20% of our farms sell directly to the consumer. The 2021 Census of Agriculture tells us that the local agri-food sector employed nearly 5,000 people in over 1,000 businesses, generating nearly $130 million in farm cash receipts, mostly in the sales of grains and oilseeds, dairy, and beef cattle. And while we know that over 75% of our local farms generate less than $100,000 in annual revenue, there are certainly even smaller micro farms whose data may not be reflected in these numbers. And we also have some large multi-million-dollar farming operations that make significant contributions to our local economy. But 100% of Renfrew County farms play an important role in producing food, feed, fuel, and fibers for Canadian and international markets. And many of these farmers have off-farm employment as well, including some who hold significant positions, such as our new Ontario Minister of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness, Rob Flack, who operates a beef farm in Renfrew County. Renfrew County farmers have shown resilience and creativity in making farming work here. But the ingenuity of people trying to contribute to the economy through selling food is not necessarily captured by census data. The county funding allows us as agriculture organizations to work together to invest in data gathering and information sharing activities that can help us make better decisions to support our local agriculture, agri-food, and agri-tourism industry. Even though we have a relatively strong agriculture base, there are many challenges facing our local farmers, and it takes coordination and leadership among farm organizations, economic development, and across varied boundaries to address these issues. Right now, we don't have enough processing capacity in the region. We have no egg grading station. Our abattoirs are aging and limited. Inflation and cost of production is a real concern. The current cost of production doesn't support local sourcing of most farm inputs. People are concerned about the cost of their food, and if it's a concern for them, they don't care where their food comes from. Local food markets have been very noticeably impacted by higher food prices. A significant number of farmers have to work full-time off-farm to be able to afford to farm. Our days don't start at 9 a.m. or end at 5 p.m., and we are rarely recognized for that extra time that goes into making our businesses successful. Climate change and extreme weather events are forcing farmers to change the way they grow their crops and sometimes even what crops they grow. Rising land values are creating barriers to entry for the next generation of farmers. Interprovincial barriers, such as the cross-border restrictions on meat sales from provincially inspected processing facilities, create unnecessary expenses and burdens for farmers looking for the closest and best option to process their livestock. Population decline over the next several decades is a real concern. Our culture is going to have to shift because growth may become physically impossible while we support the balloon of the baby boomers. Biosecurity threats such as avian influenza or resistant and invasive species, and cybersecurity threats to milking robots, poultry barns, and greenhouses are increasing, adding to the cost of production and creating even more anxiety for farmers who are already overworked and stressed out. And the same rural issues that impact non-farmers, such as access to affordable childcare, or any childcare for that matter, access to a family doctor, broadband connectivity, and higher transportation costs, remain daily concerns for our farming community as well. Giving you a more in-depth look at one challenge, land values in Renfrew County have increased exponentially in the past 3 to 5 years. There are serious impacts for rural communities when there are large groups of people, such as the Mennonites, who have more significant buying power than local residents or individual farmers. Migration of farmers from southern Ontario who sell land for much higher prices as their land is converted to housing or industrial development are more frequently moving to this region, where land prices are somewhat reasonable. But their buying power is also driving up our land values. And while this may seem like a positive trend in terms of equity, it creates a significant challenge for local farmers looking to expand their holdings or for new farmers to enter into the industry unless they are fortunate enough to have family offer them land at a significantly reduced price below market value. So in finding ways to add value to our agriculture community and help them address some of these challenges, the committee has supported a number of projects this year. The Renfrew County Farm News is published quarterly and is distributed to over 850 farm households, both by email and regular post. It includes information on upcoming events or issues of interest to the Renfrew County farming community, contributed by all of the local farm organizations. The Renfrew County 4-H Association coordinates between 10 and 15 clubs and activities year-round for over 100 youth members. Prior to COVID, the average was about 25 to 30 clubs per year, and they're gradually building back up with new members and new leaders. Over half a dozen new leaders were trained this year to help ensure the sustainability of the programs in Renfrew County. The Renfrew County Soil and Crop Improvement Association partners with other local ag organizations to host community meetings and tours and conduct agronomic research projects locally, shining light and sharing information on new developments and best practices for farmers in Renfrew County. The Renfrew County Beef, Renfrew County National Farmers Union, and the Renfrew North and South District Women's Institutes all regularly offer a variety of workshops, educational information, mental health and seniors supports, and industry promotion activities throughout the year for their members and the general farming community. We also want to take an extra moment to just really highlight our local 4-H association. The 4-H program relies heavily on volunteers to deliver programming at the local level. Volunteers fill various leadership roles, the key being the association or county coordinator. The coordinator ensures that events are organized and delivered for youth, manages records for both 4-H youth and volunteers, and supports the executive and board of directors. In other areas, like the City of Ottawa, this position is a paid role funded by the municipal government. The honorarium contributed to 4-H through our committee is critical to ensuring the integrity and continuity of the local 4-H programs. When the Honourable Senator Rob Black learned of our delegation, he sent us a letter of support to share with you. In it, he states, "Through hands-on projects, leadership opportunities, and community involvement, 4-H empowers young people to develop critical life skills such as responsibility, teamwork, and public speaking. These experiences are not only instrumental in personal growth, but also in preparing our youth to become the next generation of innovators and leaders in agriculture and beyond." It should also be pointed out that our club members are not just farm kids. Through 4-H, the ag community is embracing rural farming and non-farming members with a desire to learn about agriculture, cultivating essential life skills, the importance of community service and civic engagement, and instilling in them an appreciation of the agricultural practices that sustain our economy and way of life. And just for your reference, the full letter from the Senator was included in your presentation packages today. So, to show you a little bit more about what our community is doing, Renfrew County farmers are making investments in many ways. We have the most northern provincial on-farm trial to study soil health best management practices, which receives provincial and federal funding, as well as hosting the most northern agricultural living labs project in the Ontario cluster from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. This type of data gathering can help municipalities that require climate mitigation strategies, so we can show how the rural areas are contributing to the solution, rather than being painted as adding to the problems. Local farmers are investing in infrastructure to support their own farms and those of their neighbors. Grain storage, drying, conditioning, fertilizer blending, and more are helping our farmers become more efficient. New technologies such as drones for surveying crops, mapping farms and soil conditions, and even taking on the role of tractor in some cases, are allowing our producers to use strategies such as intercropping, relay cropping, variable rate applications, and others that they otherwise may not have been able to do before. Investing in upgrades to equipment to enable the use of artificial intelligence tools such as auto steer to help mitigate labor challenges are becoming more common. Investments in quality of the land, such as systematic tile drainage, increasing organic matter through additions of manure, cover crops, biochar, and other natural inputs, help to improve productivity, soil health, and sustainability. Installation of buffer strips and wetland areas maintain or recreate biodiversity. These are just some of the ways our farmers are working to try to do more with less and ensure their sustainability every day. Renfrew County also has many opportunities for buying local food through community-supported agriculture, or CSA programs, farmers markets across the county, Taste of the Valley events, and farm gate or pick-your-own stands. Services like the Ottawa Valley Food Co-op and Ottawa Valley Mrs. Grocery, local shops that carry local products such as Scott & Sons Hardware in Renfrew, Little Things Canning Company in Pembroke, Burnt Bridge Meats in Petawawa, and many others, restaurants and caterers that source local ingredients, and many more in between, are invaluable members of the local agri-food value chain. Without them, it would be much more challenging to get local products onto our local consumers' tables. We need to encourage continued support of these parts of the agri-food value chain, both from a local consumer's perspective and a wider institutional and regional market lens. The largest barrier for many of these producers to be able to expand their sales volumes and diversity of products offered is processing capacity and red tape. and sometimes conflicting rules between regulatory bodies. So all of this has led us to identify opportunities that could be capitalized on to bring positive benefits to our community. We want you to really think of all farms, big and small, as just as important as any small business within our municipalities. They retail, they offer jobs, they have a great impact on their community. Demonstrate curiosity about farming and where food comes from. Ask questions, come out to our events just to listen to the conversations happening around us. We have an opportunity to showcase some of the answers to the what is farming and where does our food come from questions locally. Please check out the copies of the Real Dirt on Farming that were included in your packages today. It's a great Ontario agricultural resource to help consumers be able to learn more about food production. We need to focus on attracting skilled people, not just youth, but think about retired or semi-retired butchers, policy advisors, and others by investing in supports for their preferred lifestyles, community activities, opportunities for their spouses. Municipal governments could lobby provincial and federal governments to reduce barriers for interprovincial trade, provide assistance or support to attract or invest in technological advancements in supporting agriculture, such as upgraded local processing facilities. Be aware of new and changing provincial and federal legislation that impacts agriculture, such as the Agritourism Private Members Bill put forward by Matthew Ray. Note zoning and tax issues that can impact on-farm diversified uses. Try to enact bylaws that support these developments and paying attention to unintended consequences, even thinking of things like parking. When done right, agritourism can be a big economic contributor. We need to look to examples like Ile d'Orléans and Prince Edward County. Provide support for farms and small businesses that are developing standardized policy documents for things like HACCP programs and achieving the necessary practices to enable expansion of markets and supply chains. We could enact local government mandates to support buying local products as much as possible, like Thunder Bay's local food sourcing programs. We could host a food summit or conference showcasing examples of what we can do to support our local food systems. And we need to eliminate the idea of local circular food systems versus global and linear food systems. There is a need and room for both, but both need attention, and not just at the end of the value chain, but all through the food system. We can consider investments in green energy. Here in Renfrew County, we have land, a solid forestry industry, not insignificant solar installations. There are opportunities for solar mapping, investing in biodigesters, and other biofuel opportunities. There's a great opportunity for collaboration with the local forestry sector on this vein. We need to break down the silos, pardon the farm pun. We can explore cost-share programs where municipalities can partner with industry to work towards larger-scale development, such as the RED program, FedDev, stackable provincial and federal funding. What resources can help leverage the existing resources that we currently have? We need to tap into these existing resources to learn from their successes. For example, the Grove at the Western Fairgrounds in London is an agribusiness hub where participants share resources, space, and connections to create the right conditions for innovation, education, and growth. Communication and transparency around rules and regulations locally for implementation of on-farm diversified use opportunities and coordination and planning between municipal departments to support economic development are very important. We can also tour some other regional and local projects. Regional projects that could have the potential to be duplicated in Renfrew County. For example, the Green Energy Methane Digester in Winchester that has an on-farm compressor station for producing natural gas that is portable. They're also the first to be able to receive manure from other farms using a hub-and-spoke model of collaboration, rather than each farm having to build their own. Or Halliburton Forest Biochar, which connects forestry to agriculture in a way that can be an important asset in on-farm carbon sequestrations and drought mitigation. And we need to regularly talk to new business owners and investors in our region to better understand what their needs are and why they chose Renfrew County. For example, the new owner at New McLaren Systems in Cobden hopes to invest in other local businesses to bring value, diversify, and to support our local community. We all know that success comes from good planning. In order to have a good plan, we see a need for a common vision and improved communication and collaboration between both upper and lower tier municipalities, agriculture and business associations, local institutions, and local businesses. Together, we want to steward the creation of a long-term strategic plan for agriculture economic development in Renfrew County. This needs to then be integrated with other long-term strategic plans for the county in forestry, tourism, economic development, and infrastructure development, so that the region can best create synergies for improving our community economically, socially, and environmentally. Agriculture is essential to our very existence. We have an abundance of natural resources at our disposal. We need to work together to capitalize on them and bring sustainable growth to our communities. Thank you for your time and attention today. It has been our pleasure to share this information with you, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have and furthering any discussions you wish to continue.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to see both of you again. I've spoken to you a number of times over the past. Just a couple of quick questions from my perspective. When you say 16.1% is arable farmland, I noticed that some of the land is being reclaimed. When I'm driving around, you see the scrub cleaned off. Is 16.1% the maximum, or do we have like 30% or something that that could be?
So Renfrew County actually is a leader in municipal drainage systems. A lot of the rest of the province looks to us. So there's always a balance between environmental sustainability and productive farmland. There is some ground that maybe shouldn't be farmed, and we're starting to see that people are not so profitable there, and that's being retired to the valuable pastures and other things that ruminants can bring such great value to. And then there's also a lot of ground that was once farmland, but whenever generations fail to succeed, the trees grow up.
Yep.
So there's actually a great potential for growth, but it needs to be in a sustainable manner that doesn't erode our environmental benefits.
Okay, thank you.
And again, that's where that processing capacity comes in.
Great, thank you. And quickly, I was very glad to see Minister Flack. It's now called the Minister of Farming, Agriculture, and Agribusiness, and I thought that was a fairly astute move by the province to include agribusiness. So I was glad to see that.
He's actually got the shortest running cabinet term because they realized whoever decided on the new name forgot food.
Oh.
So it's now agriculture, food, and agribusiness. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay, I hadn't even seen that yet. Thank you. And just another quick point. When you talk about the Winchester digester able to receive manure, so did they have to get a license? Yeah, they'd have to get a license to move it around, because I understand the field spreading and all the licenses that go with that.
So this has been a multi-year, millions of dollars investment with, actually the company is from Denmark, and that's a traditional model that's done over there. But yeah, the bureaucracy required. The neat thing is that they're able to produce the highest quality of green, like there's green and then there's brown natural gas. So true green is only manure. You're not putting any crops in, you're not putting any food waste in. And so it is sold at a higher premium. It's also less efficient. So it needs more manure. So there'll be farms that are all part of the same nutrient management plan, and the farm will deliver the raw manure. So instead of having the manure go to a manure tank on farm, those barns that will be supporting it will actually have a collection zone. It will be picked up and taken to the biodigester, weighed in, and then they load up with biodigestate and load it out. And the cool thing about this is not only does it produce energy, that manure now has captured more nitrogen, there's less greenhouse gas emissions, and the process itself reduces weeds. So it's just, all in all, it's so exciting, but it takes a lot of investment, and it takes a lot of municipal, provincial, and just even being able to work with like hydro and the propane folks, which takes your superpower.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? The member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you, you don't often hear the word manure and exciting in the same sentence. So I love your enthusiasm. Thanks to you and all the farmers here in Renfrew County for feeding us and contributing mightily to our local economy. The question I have for you is on the egg grading. I just need a better understanding of how it works. Would it be beneficial for us to have one here? How do we advocate to get one?
Do you want me to take that one? So it's kind of like any other kind of critical mass. So even like having like a truck weigh station, or by having like a walk-in clinic, you have to, there's a lot of food safety requirements, there's a lot of regulatory requirements, and plain and simple, it needs to be heavily subsidized for a small area like ours. So this is potentially an opportunity for some pilot projects for rural and underserviced communities where you can actually have a group of cooperators come together and do one. Right now, the administrative burden is the limiting factor. There are some small-scale quota owners, so egg rate farms that grow their own eggs, that will go through all the hoops, but then they don't have, once they've done all that and scaled up to be able to have all the paperwork looked after, they don't have time to bring in neighbors' eggs because it's a biosecurity concern. So it comes down to just having that critical mass of, and allowing something like this to happen in smaller underserviced communities. The biggest thing right now is the regulatory agency just doesn't understand the need for this.
Thank you.
If I could just add one little point
Certainly.
to that. So just the other thing, in more detail in your package on the slide with the census data, there's a little bit more information about each sector in Renfrew County, and one of the things it talks about is about the egg producers. So we are able to use a new program where they can have a smaller flock and not need expensive quota. But in order to do that, they need to have access to a grading station, because if they don't have their eggs graded, their eggs cannot go to be sold in a retail outlet. We have local farm gate producers that have a backyard flock. They can sell out of their farm gate without their eggs being graded, but their eggs can't go anywhere else to be sold other than from the farm gate if they're not graded.
But duck eggs and quail eggs do not fall under these rules.
Okay. Thank you. Member from Greater Madawaska, then North Algona-Wilberforce, and then Whitewater.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. You mentioned about not having enough abattoirs. Is part of the problem with that is there's lack of areas that people can be trained to have one? And if so, how would we push that forward?
Mayor Donahue might be able to give this lesson better than anybody, being a beef farmer himself. So I will do my very best to answer this. So we have a very good abattoir in this area. Unfortunately, it's a situation where you had passionate employees took over for an aging couple that had started the abattoir. With rules once upon a time, things could be grandfathered in. Now the facilities need such an upgrade and such greater requirements that they can't simply access capital to increase it. Like banks perceive businesses like this the same way they would a restaurant with a high risk rate. So there's access to capital, access to training. It's actually at the management level and the access to capital that the barriers are. Once you have a well-established business, then you can attract and keep good staff. But right now, there is they do a great job in an old building with rules that change faster than they can actually physically keep up. So this is where it takes a strategic engagement. Also, the fact that they're up against Algonquin Park and the Quebec border, they're not able to pull in the full draw around them. For people who want to process their chickens and sell them legally instead of the back door, we have to drive to Mountain, Ontario for processing. Rikes have wanted to put in a chicken processing facility and they just can't get the capital. So a lot of this it's a chicken and egg complex situation, but the key is if we can help to make it so that things are streamlined, or even like helping attract someone to be a new owner who comes in with that. I think they would be very receptive to that. I can't speak for them, but I think they'd be receptive.
Thank you. North Algona-Wilberforce, Whitewater, and then Amherst-Bromley, and we'll wrap it up after Amherst-Bromley.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to great presentation. Really want to thank you for lots of valuable information. And the abattoir you speak about is in our municipality, so I certainly do understand some of the challenges that they're faced with. But I also understand that, I believe it's Lanark County that was looking at establishing a new abattoir facility to help deal with some of the backlog. I know at Rikes it's, I think, over a year now to try and book an animal in for a kill. So how is that progressing? Are they making any progress, or is it still on the planning table?
I don't think they've officially put their report out, but speaking within the industry, and again, Mayor Donahue, you're welcome to add anything if you know of any updates. They also recognize that there's just not enough critical mass. Ideally, once upon a time, you went to the Brick to get furniture or McPhail & Perkins. Now you go to IKEA and you get a box, right? So there's really need, and the beef industry and the sheep industries have helped identify that. The killing of the animals is not something that is easy to do, and it needs to be done humanely and safely for both the workers, the animals, and the environment. So something where we have a centralized abattoir and then the ability for smaller regional butcher stores would be a really, really great opportunity for a lot of small rural communities, and also really tie into artisan work, a lot of the higher quality, but it's not many people have the ability to run an abattoir. So time for some changes.
Whitewater, and then Mr. Bromley, please. I've watched Clarkson Farms.
Thanks, Warden. I like to say that I'm a big advocate for farming. I've tried it. It's not really an easy job at all. And when they mention a 9 to 5, it's not 9 to 5, guaranteed. But it is a lifestyle, and it's an incredible opportunity that we have here across Renfrew County. I'm very excited to have received the presentation today, because I think it hits parts and pieces of Renfrew County departments in all different ways. And I see that staff are laughing at me already. So the three things I wanted to raise. First one is just processing capacity, and processing capacity across a variety of different ways, from, like you said, eggs to abattoirs to seed. We produce, what, $140 million worth of GDP here for agricultural product. We ship most of that away raw. We add very little value. Now, the challenge with that is it's still not big enough to be able to attract investments for processing capacity. But there still has to be opportunity there, and I don't think we've explored it enough, whether that's cooperatives like Brum's Dairy or other initiatives that could happen. So the first question I'll throw to staff is just, when it comes to pre-approving some of these complex agricultural value-adding sites, like an abattoir, are there land planning initiatives that we can do to help facilitate these initiatives so that there is less red tape, there's less bureaucracy?
Any suggestions, folks?
Because it's so complex, I'd say, so one thing is that connecting with like the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, which is kind of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, but for farmers, and we're also still members of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, where it helps with a lot of the navigation of it. So absolutely yes, when we get to something where we've got that full scale ready to build, that makes a lot of sense. But I think right now we're still at the baby steps phase, and just being able to attract people to the area and allow for potential county delegations to collaborate with other counties in the region, because a lot of this is really a regional solution. And sometimes it's simply a matter of if you're receptive to us coming back again another time, we can have ones that tailor specifically to those topics, because today we kind of had to hit you with the whole kitchen sink.
Great, thank you. And member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you to both Ms. Dolman and Ms. Stone. Very illuminating for those of us that are immersed in the industry. It is a challenge sometimes to articulate. We're good at what we do, but we don't necessarily communicate well, so I think that this is outstanding presentation today. Just very quickly in response to Councillor Nicholson's comment, I think in this particular field, I don't think that the planning is the large hurdle. There are several substantive hurdles before planning actually is a barrier or a headwind substantially. The question or the comment that I want to make here, and I note I kind of highlighted this, it was just as you were wrapping up, Ms. Stone. Think of all farms, big and small, as just as important as any small business within a municipality. They retail, they offer jobs, they have a great impact on their community. And that is absolutely true, absolutely true. The challenge is for and it is most acute for myself in my township and Councillor Nicholson in his. The difference is that the commercial engine of Admaster Bromley is agriculture. If it was any other kind of commerce, the properties would be paying 180% of the residential rate, but because it's agriculture, it's paying 25% of the residential rate. There's a couple of things that kind of clarify that or provide it in terms that are maybe more accessible. Is the pipeline that runs through Admaster Bromley in 2023 generated only $3,000 less property taxes than the farms did. Then how that translates into also the real world is in canvassing for the municipal election in 2022. I had one very progressive farmer, outstanding farmer in our community, but it said to me one of the challenges that they are commonly encountering now is that with their large combine, they were going down one of our roads, and that they met in this farmer's parlance, Grandpa, driving up the road in his Toyota Tercel. And he was struggling to be able to back up to allow the combine to advance, et cetera. And this farmer said to me, we really need to upgrade our roads and improve our roads. And I said, I'm enormously sensitive to what you're saying. Here's my challenge, is the road is perfect for Grandpa and his Toyota Tercel, and he's going to pay $1. And the agricultural community that is experiencing the challenge is going to pay 25 cents on the dollar. The ag rate is 25 eligible, agriculture rate is 25%, is absolutely defensible and supportable and has been for years, and I am on record as absolutely saying it must continue. The challenge is how the province addresses farm property taxation. This goes all the way back, probably prior to Ms. Dolman and Ms. Stone's engagement in ag. It goes all the way back to the late 90s, what was then called local services realignment, what most people just called downloading. Just prior to that, the local farm paid $1, paid the residential rate on the farmlands. Then the farmer applied to the Ministry of Finance to get a rebate of 75 cents on the dollar. So the municipality got that full taxation, and the province was essentially, even though an unwritten food policy, this was part of an unwritten food policy in the province of Ontario. With local services realignment, that began to shift. Now, the farm only paid 25 cents on the dollar, or 25% of the residential rate, to the local municipality. But initially, with the Community Reinvestment Fund that morphed into what we now know as the Municipal Partnership Fund, the provincial contribution was slowly and then much more quickly eroding, to the point where I think in 2013, the Ministry of Finance quite openly said, that's it, we're not doing it anymore. So what that has done now is this unwritten food policy is being supported by those communities, like Councillor Nicholson's and mine, with a substantial agricultural component. The City of Toronto is probably paying very little. The City of Ottawa, notwithstanding that it has a substantial rural component to the City of Ottawa, likewise, is not substantially contributing to that. There was a hue and cry shortly after 2013, and the province then reinstated a unreasonable facsimile to the former program, and yet now it was based on some arcane formula that it had to be a ratio of your actual acreage of property. There isn't another thing in municipal taxation that has anything to do with the ratio of the class of land as a percentage of your total land. And in fact, Councillor Nicholson and I have substantial agricultural lands within our municipalities. We don't even come close to the 75%. I think there's maybe 4 municipalities. I think 2 of them are in Perth County. So the challenge for us is, it is absolutely imperative that the tax rate remain sacrosanct. But I have not heard the Federation of Agriculture engaging on this. It seems almost, to me, absolutely my opinion, but that there is somewhat of an unofficial policy of whistling past the cemetery. I had heard it when I was serving on the Federation of Agriculture. We don't want to make too many waves there because we might lose something. We are losing something in rural Ontario. The cost, based on 2023, which is when we have the last information for, so right across the county of Renfrew, inclusive of the county of Renfrew, the total taxation from farm was 1.8 million. If in fact we were still getting those 75 cents on the dollar from the province, that would have been another $5.6 million. So you might imagine the investment that the county or the lower tier municipalities, and most acutely, once again, Whitewater and ourselves, you might imagine the investments we could make in that commercial engine that is driving certainly my economy, if not necessarily to the same degree of Whitewater. They would be substantial. In my community, it would be over $1 million more. And we're still dealing with like $30,000 as 1 percentage point on our levy. So my comment is that I think for rural Ontario, I would highly urge that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture really engage on this, because the local municipalities are the ones that are really feeling the impact of this, and ultimately it is the residents of my community with a large ag component that is supporting this unwritten food policy. I think that this is imperative. I think we are in fact asking for a delegation, hopefully with I'm not sure if this would be best with Minister of Finance or in fact with Minister Flack, but it is way past time that we need to correct this egregious downloading of support for our food policy.
100% agree. There was a lot of details. We don't worry about making waves, so this is the new generation. So we're here to help your back too. And whenever a lawyer does a job, they pay by the hour. They're charging by the hour. When a nurse does her work or a doctor does their work, well, maybe doctors, it's a little more complicated. But as a farmer, everything I do in a day in terms of biosecurity, community development, all of that depends on whether it rains or when the frost date is, and I only get paid when that bushel of corn or that jar of honey is delivered to that end user. All climate mitigation, things we take on ourselves. So we 100% agree that there is insufficient support of the biological goods and services that the rest of Ontario benefits from, thanks to Renfrew County.
Thank you. And member for Boncher Valley, you have about 20 seconds.
Thank you, Warden, and I won't need any more than that. Thank you for your presentation. You said something very interesting, a more regional approach. As the new chair of the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, I've made a note to bring this back to EORN. Very interesting across that catchment area of how much agriculture there is. And since we're doing things other than broadband and cell now, I'll bring it back at our next meeting. Thank you. Thanks, Warden.
Okay, thank you very much. And just very quickly, perhaps you and I and the member from Boncher Valley and the member from Hamilton Bromley can get together to talk about that issue because we both represent Roma and have a good relationship with the Federation. So again, thank you very much. Love the details. I'll be sure to salt them into my presentations. And I think both of you should look around these chambers. I think this is a natural place for you at some point. You're very well spoken, articulate. You know what's going on in your communities. We always need more women in local government, and very impressed with you every time I meet you. So seriously, take a look around here and pick a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden, and I'm acutely aware of our time and our other delegations. So I'm pleased to introduce the Ainsworth Company back at this council chambers virtually to talk about our climate action plan. This is the second iteration of them being here after a number of meetings and delegations they've had with staff regarding our greenhouse gas emissions and our consumptions of different facilities. So they're here today to provide a quick update. We've asked them for 10, 15 minutes as quick as possible as they could because of our timelines of other delegations being here. So again, welcome. And today we have Saad El-Kazab as the presenter. So Warden, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Is my sound okay?
Yes, your sound is perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so just checking. I'm going to share my screen.
Actually, if you could just speak a little louder.
So now, are you hearing me?
Okay, thank you. We're hearing you.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Are you seeing the screen? Yeah.
Yes, please
I'll
proceed.
take that as a yes. So I'll try to do it under 10 minutes. So thank you for meeting with us today. For this meeting, I want to show the intermediary results, to talk about our current progress and where we're going for the next steps, and of course, answer all your questions. For the team, I'm not going to present our team. I just want to remind you that our main point of contact is Bruce Howard. So whether it was for data collection or the action planning efforts, all of our, I would say, communication and exchange are going through him. So a special thanks for his participation. For today, I just want to review, I would say, the results for the GAG inventory. So before I go into the results, in case you forgot about the methodology, I just want to have a 1-2 minute reminder. Today we will be speaking about GAG emissions for Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. Scope 1 is usually linked to fossil fuel consumption, linked to the assets you own or you have operational control over. Scope 2 is linked to the energy you purchase, and Scope 3 is linked to your value chain. That is for the administration. And when we speak about the county as a community, usually Scope 1 and Scope 2 are linked to what's happening inside your geographical territory, and the Scope 3 is outside your geographical territory. Again, for the methodology, we are always looking at one activity data that we multiply by an emission factor, and that will give us the emission in CO2 equivalent. Sometimes we don't have activity data, so we need to make assumptions and hypotheses. For this mandate, we took the year 2021 as the reference year. We tried to collect different pieces of information for that specific year, whether it was through internal data collection or internal survey with your employees. Most of the time we had the data for that specific year, but when we didn't, we took the year we had and we made a correction. I'm just going to remind the perimeters before we go into the results. For the county as an administration, we looked at stationary emissions. So basically all the energy consumption that is linked to your stationary assets. When I say stationary asset, is an asset that cannot move by itself, basically a building. The information was provided by your staff, either in physical data, so kilowatt hours or cubic meters of natural gas or liter of propane. And when we didn't have information, we use square footage for the assumptions. When it comes to mobile emission, internal data was also provided by your staff. We had information from the EMS and engineering public work. And we did an extrapolation because we didn't exactly have the data for the right year. For other categories, no data was provided because we didn't have any. And finally, for waste, we made an assumption based on the count of employees based on full-time equivalent. For home to work commuting, we made a survey based on a sample of 173 employees. So we consider that a representative population. And for business travel, the consolidated data was given to us by your staff. For the perimeter of the community, as I told you earlier, this one is different. We are looking at what's happening within your territory. So we looked at the energy consumption of different sectors, the residential, commercial, and institutional sector, and the industrial sector. So basically for this one, we had information for each of your towns for a specific year. With that, we used information and reports that we had from the province of Ontario that gave us the distribution of fossil fuel and the variation per year. Basically, with all this information, we were able to extrapolate the consumption of each fossil fuel with an uncertainty of 20%. For the public and road transportation, we looked at the immatriculation in your county. So basically, we used the number of immatriculation in your county to create an extrapolation to have the emission based on Ontario's GHG emission report. We've also done the same thing for the aviation sector, for the waste sector, for the agriculture sector, and the industrial process sector. So please note that for all of those, some are mandatory and some are optional. We decided to include most of the optional sectors. Why? Because we believe it will be relevant in the action planning, even though some of the data is not as precise as we would like it to be. Because as I told you, depending on the quality of the data, the uncertainty will be raised. But when we are looking at, I would say, in a holistic climate plan, it's always best to include as much of sectors as we can, because later on, what we can include in our action plan is an engagement strategy in which we work together to get specific data and reduce that uncertainty. So now for the results. For the county, we have more than 5,000 tons. And we have three major, I would say, GHG contributors. One, fossil fuel usage for mobility. The second will be the energy consumption. And finally, it will be the emissions that are linked to your waste activities. Most of the time, people will tell me whether that's a good number or a bad number. It's not really that relevant. What you need to understand is this is your starting point. What we want is for your county, for your administration, to be better at the end of the decade. And what is really interesting is just to have a deeper dive and understand what's happening inside of each contributor. For instance, for mobility, we can see that the first emission source will be linked to fleet operation. So basically, more than 30% will be linked to the use of fossil fuel for your mobile asset. So either for public work and engineering fleet or the EMS fleet. And the second emission source for mobility will be linked to your employee commuting. When we look at the energy consumption, basically all the energy that is used by your stationary assets, we see that the most significant source are linked again to stationary combustion of fossil fuels. And when we have a more detailed look, we see that we have some main contributors. For instance, the Miramichi Lodge will account alone for 8% when we look at the natural gas consumption. And then when we add the electricity, we can say that this asset alone represents 8%, more than 8% of your total GHG inventory. So it's very interesting, again, when we have this approach on, okay, on what are we going to work in priority for the action plan. When we look at the community, again, the same logic, you have a result, more than 135,000 tons Again, what does it represent is not that important. What it represents, it's your starting point, and we want your community to be better at the end of the decade. Again, for this one, you will see that there is a lot of similarity. Mobility will be one of the most influential factor, followed by the energy consumption for stationary assets. Again, when we look at your GHG top contributors, we will see that the most significant source will be linked to the commercial and passenger vehicles. Again, it will be fossil fuels. And the second most material emission source will be energy usage, with natural gas accounting for approximately 20% of total emissions. So again, this results alone don't mean anything, but when we are looking at an action plan, it gives us enough segregation to have specific strategies for each of these contributors. For the reduction pathway, what we want is to discuss with your staff, with the different stakeholders, to try to figure out what is your paradigm, how do you want to approach this, whether we are going to be very aggressive at the beginning to be best in class, or we are going to be a little bit more playful with a bigger risk of default. That will depend on you, but for that we need to discuss, see the viability of each solution depending on your specific hotspots. So for the current work that we are doing right now, what we want is just to see the plethora of solutions that are available to us, and then discuss with your stakeholder and see whether those will be easily implementable, whether we can actually achieve the yield that we expect for each type of solution, and if we don't, how we can have a corrective strategy. So this is just a dummy plan that I've done on my own, just to give you a type of I would say end result that we will have at the end of summer, once we have and we understand the challenges of each of your teams. And just keep in mind that this work was already started, because as we agreed at the beginning, this is I would say a very long roadmap. We are advancing slowly but surely. First two sprints were already completed. Basically, we collected all the data to make a high-level analysis of your energy flow and material flow, and it allowed us to develop baseline scenarios. With that, we created a preliminary roadmap thanks to these inventory results, and we are currently discussing with your team just to understand what is achievable and what is not. What can we expect in terms of ambition, whether it's for a fleet switch or capital-intensive investment. Also, we take this opportunity to present the different, I would say, technologies that are available, just to see the different type of reaction and understand their own challenges. From that, we will recreate, I would say, a more specific roadmap and model business as usual forecasts with, I would say, alternative scenario. Once all of that will be done, we will highlight the different triggers for each of scenario, just to make sure that everyone understands what is the challenge if we want to have ambitions. And once all of that is done internally with the internal stakeholders and external stakeholders, we will be able to present the final action plan with all the tools that were developed especially for you. Once all of that is validated by you, we will deliver the finalized roadmap with all your comments included, the recommended implementation timing, and we will develop with our partners the municipal policy development. And basically, after final QA/QC, we will be able to deliver all the deliverable we agreed on at the beginning of this mandate. So that's it for me. I hope I respected the time, and please, if you have any question, I'm here to answer them.
Great, thank you very much. This is a very significant document, planning document for us, so I would ask members of County Council to review it and forward any questions, because I think we could get quite technical if we got into a discussion today. Forward any questions to Mr. Davis, and he will pass them on to our consultant. And as he noted, he'll be back later on this year with a finalized version of this. So thank you very much for your time today and the information. It's very valuable, and we certainly appreciate your work to date. I know I've gained some insight and a bit of education, and I'm pretty sure other members of this chambers has as well. Great, thank you very much. And next on the delegation is Mr. Yakubuski. He's going to come and give us a Queen's Park update. If he's outside, if someone could just drag him in. John, if you want to sit in Madawaska Valley, Valley's chair. If you want to go ahead and sit in Madawaska Valley's chair, it's nice and comfortable, and you never know what retirement might bring. As you may have gathered, I lied to you, John. Other times I've just... This time I do. Other times I mislead you gently. This time we wanted to get you here, so at some point we will get you back. I think we will start the tradition in June of getting you back to talk about Queen's Park. But this year we wanted to get you here to talk to you about your 20 years and how much we've appreciated your efforts on behalf of our community. So as you know, John was born in a log cabin and walked both ways to school, barefoot, shot squirrels. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's Justin Trudeau's retirement. My apologies. So John took office in October 2003, and he entered government in opposition. He previously served as a municipal councillor and benefited greatly from those experiences. One of our first Good Roads conferences, John joined us for dinner, and we had a great chat about the workings of government. And I think that was the only time he'd ever picked up the tab, because there was too many of us after that. The first of many conversations about government and about how it works. And it's been a great education for me. I've been on council since '86 and have worked with John since then. So it was a great education for me. And I should note, at the time, we're all adjusting to what I've called the amalgamation wars, but the amalgamation process, we're learning how to go from 3 council chambers to 1, and how to reduce staff or how to amalgamate all the equipments. So it was a tough time for all of us, and we weren't always pleasant. We were questioning and critical, and John was very good to offer advice and to guide us. Right from his first day, he demonstrated his ability to talk across the legislature to those in the other parties, and that's such a such a valuable skill and, great insight to do that. I cannot recall a delegation that wasn't stretched out by John, him teasing or being teased about his hockey prowess or his love of the Leafs. Everybody, every minister, especially when we met with the Liberal cabinet ministers, we were always hectoring them about something or talking about when he visited their riding or when they had visited our riding. And I remember with great, I'm going to say affection, when Bob Chiarelli came to Renfrew to announce the opening of Thomas Lowe. And John performed admirably, shielded Mr. Chiarelli from some people. There were a couple of people not happy, and he did a great job, of easing Mr. Chiarelli into the situation, easing him out, and acting as essentially a host as he should. But it was just it was a good example for me and for many others. There were a lot of delegations scheduled for an hour that lasted an extra 15 minutes. In delegations, John was and remains on point, and he demonstrates his ties to the community and to our issues. And that's such a strength for us to have in our pocket when we go into Queen's Park, whether it's at AMO, Roma, or whether we've gone on a specific issue. To give you some context, I was once asked by a neighboring out-of-county municipality to present to a minister with a neighboring MPP. What a shock. Fortunately, that MPP is no longer in public life. I think he's plowing snow, but I'm not sure what he's doing. It was an hour-long meeting that lasted 49 minutes, and it was cold. There was no laughing, there was no joking, no stories, no comments about slight changes to the projects to make it successful for funding, and no progress. So it was all related, frankly, to the style, the negative style and the personality of the MPP. And it was quite a shock for me. And again, it just really drove home to me how lucky we were and what a resource we had. Lots of issues over the years, just to show you the complexity of the things that we've dealt with. Calabogie Peak's electricity needs when I was mayor of Greater Madawaska. A bridge over the troubled waters of the KNP, and I'm sure Mayor Weir can relate to that. A dock spanning the length of Madawaska Street involving OPG and at least 3 ministries. John was skeptical, but he backstopped me and was very enthusiastic, even though I went down in flames on that pretty quick. And this is a great story, after one meeting with Leonie Dombrowski, who was the Minister, I believe, of Natural Resources at the time, she was a tiny little sprite of a lady, and John and her got along really well, and we were, after the delegation at the Westin, we were walking, just happened to bump into each other, and we're walking up towards the Chateau Laurier. John was going somewhere, and she had a meeting there, and I'd heard it was free lunch, so I was headed for the free lunch at the Chateau Laurier. And Ms. Dombrowski, who's only about 4'7", lost a shoe. And so you have her standing with her hand on my shoulder, and John Yakubuski put her shoe back on her on Wellington Street on the way to the Chateau Laurier. And I was hoping I could find a picture of that at some point in my life, because I laugh every time I think of it. But it was just, that's the kind of relationship that he was able to build. And of course, we have to talk about just the years of public service. Especially in difficult times. John had hip surgery, and it was very impressive how he went on a weight loss program, lifted weights, worked hard to get in shape so he could have surgery, bounced back like he was walking within 7 minutes, and I think he's running at 8 minutes, and back to his life. So it's quite an example for us, that he was able to do those things. Numerous Santa Claus parades, nighttime, daytime, always cold. Blustery Remembrance Days, it always rains. I know in Calabogie out on that point, it rained all the time. Ice cold winter fests. And he even found time to drag Gerald Tracy from Eganville to Renfrew for hospice on a bicycle. We saw the rope. Gerald every time he took a picture, it was always edited out. I could never understand how it was photoshopped that rope out. And I think fondly, sort of, the microburst in Calabogie when you and I were in the truck, sort of busting through the brush to look at stuff. I had a truck, 4-wheel drive, and we just kept going. And then we went out on the pontoon boat and just had a look at the devastation. And so he was very instrumental in getting the ministry on site. And we had a Saturday afternoon meeting And John could have thrown myself and the ministry to the wolves and let us have the meeting. I was chairing the meeting, and the ministry people trying to explain things, and people were ticked off. And John, he could have said, I got something else to do, a 90th anniversary in Hopetown, and buggered off, but he didn't. He hung around, took the questions, and helped to hold down the fort. And so I certainly appreciated that at the time, and when I was going through some of my notes to get ready, I certainly remember that as a demonstration of character and of strength, and so, I certainly appreciated that. And there's some funny things too. John and I, with Minister Del Duca, we brought him up to show him Highway 417, and we laughed all the way down to Armpire, and we laughed all the way back. It was a great time. It reminded me of 4 people going to golf. You've had your morning breakfast together, and you're in the truck, because we were just riffing off each other. It was hilarious, and it was a really good time. But John set the tone, and then Minister was quite good as well. Some other things to talk about: hospitals and fundings for clinics and builds. The forestry delegations over the years, when somebody sitting in their basement decided that too much lumber was coming out of Algonquin Park, and they would write a letter or start a petition and start an advocacy group. There were a number of those over the years. The countless roads and buildings that were completed because he sat through and contributed to delegations or leaned in when asked. There's lots of times you'd call John to say, look, we've submitted this ask for money, and we're not hearing anything, and so he would check it out and get back to you. And I think of COVID, I remember acting medical officer of Health Cushman talking about the number. He would talk to John weekly, so we could reassure our community. John was part of reassuring our community and informing. The Ottawa River Heritage designation, he was involved in that. Highway 17, of course, that was a 40-year odyssey, but at least 20 years of working hard on that, and he was instrumental in it at every time anytime we did delegation or a strategy, we'd talk to him and get some guidance, and we certainly appreciate that. And the support for the Wardens Caucus and ERN as they pitched broadband and now the cell projects. Those are major projects with 76,000 and 76 million and 71 million respectively from the province, and that's not an easy ask to get for Eastern Ontario, but for small communities. And so we certainly benefited from his experience, his expertise, and his contacts, and the ability to reassure people that we know what we're doing. I'd also like to mention the modernization of this building and the consolidation of our services. It takes a measure of trust for him to go to bat for us and to speak on our behalf. And so, we're certainly appreciative every day when we walk through here, and I think our clients are as well. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the community paramedicine. That was brand new 10 years ago. It was brand new 9 years ago, 7 years ago. There was a constant education of various ministers and ministries and staff about the benefits to our community. And again, I can't think of the number of phone calls, whether it was about any other issue, that you always threw in community paramedicine and gave some information. And VTAC, we worked really hard on that. Warden Robinson and council and John and our staff. There was a lot of briefings and a lot of thought gone into how to structure it and how to massage the message, the product, and the ministry all into one room and squeeze it into a tube and come out with money. And so again, John, thank you. I know we had a great time when we opened it and when we announced it at the paramedics. And there's been many other things, and especially Ontario Winter Games 2023. It was an odyssey, what we did was very unusual. And so kudos to John. He reassured Minister McLeod we knew what we were doing, and he was part of a conversation with her and I where he reassured her I knew what I was doing, and a conversation with Minister Lumsden as well about our ability to do it, and we did it. And he was just a great cheerleader. When we got rained out for the for the second opening. I called John real quick, and he stood in his kitchen and he sent me a video of remarks, which we played like just on the drop, the drop of a dime. He was ready to go, so we certainly appreciated that. Our Queen's Park Days 2022, where we had 2 rooms, and we brought in ministers and ministry staff and other members of Parliament or other members of the legislature to take a look at what we had to offer. And John was very instrumental in organizing that and shepherding staff. And then I think he came back another 30 bags to take to make sure everybody had a Renfrew County bag full of our goodies. And that doesn't happen by itself. That happens through coordinated effort and asking advice. This time we took a different tact, and I know that it was quite a change, and everybody was a little suspicious, and John and his staff worked really well to talk to the ministers, that say, look, these are genuine people. They're not going to screw around. They're not going to throw mud on you. They really want to have a conversation. They've got some good ideas. So we went in there with a brand new model on John Yakubuski's credibility, and so thank you very much for that. There's many other things, and I think one thing I should really mention when I see Warden TJ here is the Boncher River Water Management Plan. That was at least a 5-year thing where John shepherded it through, found some policies or niches in the legislation which allowed us to be successful. And again, it was an effort that he was part of significantly. That was led by the local community, Warden TJ, Renfrew Power Generation, and the other 9 municipalities contributed as well along the Boncher River. So just those are just some of the things that we should mention. And so I'd really like to welcome and thank our friend, a leader in our community, under MPP, John Yakubuski. No, I don't either. And so we'll just proceed. I have, John, of all the great ironies, later on I get to give you one of these. We couldn't think of a better gift. And so right now, I'll ask Councillor Giardini. MP Cheryl Gallant couldn't make it today and was regretful for that, but did send a very nicely worded letter and wanted to ensure that we got it on the record. So, Councillor?
Thank you, Warden. Dear John. Yeah. I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations for your 20th anniversary of first being elected to office as a member of provincial parliament for the wonder-filled riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. This milestone marks 2 decades of unwavering dedication and service to our community. Your commitment to representing the interests and concerns of your constituents with integrity and passion is truly commendable. Throughout the years, you have demonstrated exceptional leadership, resilience, and a deep understanding of the unique needs of our riding. Your achievements and contributions have left an indelible mark on our region and have significantly enhanced the lives of countless individuals. From advocating for better infrastructure and healthcare to supporting local businesses and families, your efforts have consistently reflected your genuine care for the people you serve. As your federal counterpart, I've had the privilege of witnessing firsthand your tireless work and positive impact you have made. Of particular mention was your success in the Boncher River Management Plan amendment. Through your efforts, homes were saved during the floods of 2017 and 2018. Your dedication to public service is an inspiration to us all, and I am proud to call you a colleague and a friend. Once again, congratulations on this remarkable achievement. I wish you continued success in all your endeavors and look forward to our ongoing collaboration in serving the incredible people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Warmest regards, signed Cheryl Gallant, MP. Thank you, Warden.
And at this point, we have a very special guest, someone you know, John, who has sent us a video tribute.
I want to give a big shout out to my friend and amazing MPP for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, John Yakubuski, better known as Yak, on an incredible 20 years in public service. Yak, you've been an outstanding leader and have had such a positive impact on those around you and the people you serve in your community. Yak, I know firsthand when I'm there, they love you. Thank you for your commitment to the people of Ontario and the people of your riding. Here's to many more years and all the very best. Have a drink on me, Yak.
Yeah, exactly. I have a very funny story. I sent the Premier a text Thursday or Friday last week asking him about a video, asking him to zoom in, and then secondly, could he do a video? And so I'm driving through the Tim Hortons drive-through in Renfrew. Just got to the window, and he phoned. So I'm talking to him, and so the lady says to me, "Are you talking?" And I said something about Premier. She goes, "Are you talking to Doug Ford?" I said, "Oh, yeah." And she said, "I don't believe you." So I said, "Premier, can you?" He said, "Yes, it's Doug Ford. How are things in Renfrew today?" And so the lady goes, and so I'm really famous now because she yelled back in, "Peter's talking to the Premier." And so anyway, he was quite gracious. We had a great chat. But the next day when I went there, "Who are you talking to today?" "Oh, nobody. Slow day. I got to talk to the Pope. It's Sunday." Anyway, so it was one of those funny little things in life. And we also have another very important video from someone that you know and love.
Yeah. Okay, you guys, what do you have to say?
Congratulations, Grandpa.
Congratulations, Dad.
Congratulations, John. Great work.
Yeah, so Grandpa's done so much for his community and all the communities in Renfrew County, and it couldn't be to a more deserving person, Dad. Your determination and stubbornness, this is the perfect job for you because you haven't given up on anything, and I think the people in the riding know that you've done the best you can for them. Oh, and a Triceratops. So I hope you enjoy being celebrated. I know this is probably, you're not enjoying any of this right now. So I hope that you can you can look back on it and see. I'm sure you've put others through it in the past. So take the recognition, take the compliments. You deserve every one of them, and we love you.
Love you, Grandpa.
Love you,
Grandpa. You did an amazing job.
Can't think of a more deserving person or somebody that works harder than you, John.
Yeah, so tell him keep up the hard work, right?
Keep up the hard work.
Because is Grandpa ever retiring?
Nope.
Do you think Grandpa will ever retire?
No.
No.
He gets moolah.
Okay, love you, Grandpa.
Love you. Love you.
Do you want to say bye-bye?
Bye-bye.
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 Congratulations.
We found him. Love you.
Bye.
So we reached out to some of our former wardens who'd worked with you. Bill Swig, unfortunately, he's got a medical appointment, but he asked us to extend to John his congratulations and to thank him for his reliable and unending, what a great word, reliable and unending efforts for the constituents of Renfrew County and Ontario. Well done, John, and keep up the good work. Thank you. From Bill Schwig, who was our warden from 2002 to 2003. And Warden Bob Sweet from 2003 to 2006 and 2010 to 2012. Unfortunately, Bob had a previous engagement, and so he's been unable to make it today. But he also wanted to send along his heartfelt congratulations. And he mentioned they always enjoyed working with John. They had many interactions and projects they worked on together, and you hold a special place in Bob's memories. And Warden Don Rathwell, 2009-2010. Don was unable to be here today, but he did tell us he spent some time recently with John at the Cobden Civitan Club 50th anniversary, and he felt they both had a great visit and a catch-up, but he certainly wishes John well and many more years of service. And I'd like to ask Warden Janice TJ to come to the podium if she would like to. Well, she doesn't have to like to, she just has to do it, right, Janice? I know this place. Yes, and welcome back.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Warden Eamon, for inviting me today. John and I went to school today. We go back a long way. He was a counselor for Barry's Bay when I was a counselor. I was the Reeve of Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. So we go back a little bit. But I just remember every time we went for a delegation, you always were happy that you had John sitting beside you. Those ministers knew him. They knew that he would not allow nonsense and that we meant business. I always felt comfortable with him sitting there beside me. And the warden mentioned earlier, without John, we would have never got the Bouncher Water Management Plant. John, I thanked you, and I know, but I've never thanked you enough. Many calls. John was on holiday. I called him, he took my call, and I think we were yelling at each other probably, but he got in his car and he came home to deal because we had high water. I have the deepest regard. I consider Vicky and John my dear friends. We've known each other for a long time. And he's always been there when I needed him and Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards needed him. So John, congratulations. You have a beautiful family. You've done well in your career. You've found your niche, and you've done well. And we're so proud of you coming from that end of the county. John grew up in Barry's Bay, so we're proud that he's our MPP. And for everything you've ever done for me, thank you very much. And to the people of Renfrew County, and especially Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, thank you. Have a great rest of your career. Thank you.
And Warden Murphy, please, who served from 2017 to 2019 through flood, feast, and famine.
So Yak-tastic. I just have 3 words for you. Flat bottom boat. I was, in fact, the natural disaster warden, floods in 17 and 19, and a tornado in Greater Madawaska in 2018. And I will tell you, Yak was with me every step of the way. Horrible time for our people. We had a homeowner with a flat bottom boat that very graciously offered to take Yak and Cheryl and I around an area in Laurentian Valley. And we were actually in this boat going over people's 911 signs, looking down on them, devastation beyond belief. But once we got out on the water, then the property owner had Yak right where he wanted him and started to ask him about the hydrometers. Right? He was captive at that point, so why not ask all you need of your MPP? Anyway, Yak, I remember the first time I met you, I remember the Santa Claus Parade in Eganville in 2003 or 4, where I wasn't even a blip on the radar as far as politics go, and you were handing out yardsticks. And you had met me once, and when you walked by me, you handed me a yardstick and you said, "Merry Christmas, Jennifer." And I think that goes to show how much you care about the people that you interact with. You don't just meet them, you get to know them, you remember their names. And it's a quality that I've tried to use. I've tried to mimic you. You've had a great impact on me as a politician. I use little p politician. So thank you for all your years of service and many more. I kind of feel like this was set up as a retirement thing. You're not retiring. Let's reiterate that. What your grandchildren said, is Grandpa going to retire? No, because he gets the moolah. So, yeah, that was the best video I've ever seen. I want a copy of that. So thank you, Yak, and to many more. And yeah, I hope that Peter doesn't need you the way Janice did and I did. So thanks.
I'm known as the Prosperity and Good Times Warden. And we'll ask for Warden Robinson from 2019-2022. Warden, please.
Thank you, Warden. Good morning, everyone. I really appreciated the invitation that Craig sent out to me last week. He said there's going to be speeches and toasts. I said I'll leave the speeches to the present politicians and I'll do a toast. I'm not sure what this is going to be, but we'll call it a toasty speech. Anyway, John, I'm very, very pleased to be here today. It's certainly well documented that you worked right alongside me, with me, when we were fighting for permanent funding for Renfrew County VTAC. People in these walls heard the term VTAC come out of my mouth almost as often as you did. So I thank you very much for that. You know, I was retired. I was in Florida with my family when I got a 6 o'clock phone call from John Yakubuski telling me today is the day we make the announcement. So he hadn't forgotten about me, and it was really great. Less well known, I would say, are the many times that you advocated on my behalf and by extension the County of Renfrew to open up some doors for me, albeit virtual doors, during COVID. It allowed me to do my job as warden, to have access to many of the people at Queen's Park that I needed to speak to, and to get some work done that was very, very difficult when you can't go face-to-face and argue and present your case to the people that you need to do so. From the 2 ministers of health that we had to work through that. And you know, finally being able to bring the OP to fruition in the County of Renfrew, which is huge. Some of the funding that we receive for community housing would not have happened if John hadn't been the strong advocate for me on behalf of you at Queen's Park. So for the countless days and nights and trips that you make on behalf of the residents of the County of Renfrew, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I really want to thank you for being my trusted confidant for 3 years. So thank you very much, sir.
And so, members of County Council, if there's anything you'd like to add to this, I'll certainly recognize you. Okay, so what we'll do then is in about 3 minutes, we'll head downstairs for lunch, but first I have to present our certificate to John. Oh, and he can say a few words too. And Okay, we'll make it 4. So with that, I should also, before I call John up, I really have to thank Vicky and John's family. We see Vicky at a lot of public events, and she's gracious, funny. I always enjoy sitting beside her, just exchanging stories and laughing and watching what's going on. She's got a great sense of humor and really notices people and some of the little picadillos that people have. So it's always enjoyable and a definite backer for John, and I think provides a lot of strategic advice. I've heard it a couple of times about straightening his tie. And so, Vicky, thank you. You're a tandem. It's not just one person, and all of us in this room recognize that. So again, thank you.
Set this beside your desk.
So the County of Renfrew takes pride in presenting the certificate to MPP John Yakubuski in honor of providing more than 20 years of dedicated service to the residents of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. John, it's my real pleasure. We never were going to forget this. Just a matter of getting it in. Sure.
Thank you. Oh, you got fancy covers.
Yeah, they survived the budget purge.
Am I going now?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think, first of all, I'm overwhelmed by this. And I think you can see that for any of you people who, ever saw me perform in the sports arena, being hockey or ball or anything like that, you probably see me as being that unmovable hard ass that really has no emotions, just drive and desire and get the hell out of my way if you're in it. But I think you can also see there are things that get to me.
This is one of
I'm
those
usually
really
on the
tough
other
times.
side
Yeah,
of
exactly.
these
It's one of those
things.
tough
I'm usually
times.
on the other side of these things.
Do you want me to tell another story?
This is my role has been to present people with honors and awards, not to receive them. So it is. What did Emily say? I'd be very uncomfortable. Well, Emily knows her father. But I have to say, it is a tremendous honor. And the role of an MPP is not understood by everyone, but I know you people in this room understand it extremely well. And I think back, and it's impossible for me not to, but I always think back to my father. Of course, I learned at the foot of the master, as they say, how to do this job. You talked, Peter, about being able to work with others, because I know what my role was. My role was to support the people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. It was not, there are times when you have to be extremely partisan in this job. But you have to know when to throw down the gauntlet and when to pick it up. And if you're going to be in everybody might have their own view of what it takes to be successful, but if you're going to be successful for the people you represent, you always have to remember that you have to work with others to be successful. And I do, quite frankly, pride myself on the way that I was able to work in opposition for 15 years and develop real, good, solid relationships with people, as they say, on the other side. Because in government, there's only one side of that equation that actually holds the levers of power at any one time. And if you're not on that team, you better learn how to work with that team. And I learned long ago that if you want to get things done when you're not in the role of being in the governing party, you need to work with the party that is in government. So I did develop some really good relationships. You mentioned Bob Shirelli. There's a lot of others that were on the government side at the time when I was in opposition. But it was the people at home that always allowed me to deliver that message, because they always delivered that message to me. I am as much a messenger as I am actually the person doing the job. I work on your behalf. And you know, we do things differently here in Renfrew County. And we do politics differently. I certainly do. And I must tell you that one of the most memorable things and memorable but beautiful things that I received was on the day, October 2nd, 2023, which was my actual 20th anniversary. I received a beautiful tribute from Derek Nyber. And I think I've shown you that, Peter, who was my main Liberal Party opponent in 2003. And that election certainly could have gone either way. The Liberals were winning the province. We were losing power in the PC party. And we had a great and spirited campaign. But when that campaign was over, we developed an ongoing and I think a growing and a continued respect for one another. And the irony of it is that, yes, I went on to be your MPP, which I had the opportunity to speak on the behalf of the people in this county, in this riding, in many issues, but forestry being one of them, and forestry being one of the most important issues in this riding, because this is how so many of us make our living and have made our living, and how it contributes to the economy for centuries, not decades. But Derek is serving in a different capacity and helping the forest industry on a daily basis as the president of the Forest Products Association of Canada. So even the farther away you go, the more you remember where you came from. So I commend him on that. And I've always made a point of anyone I did have an election with to maintain a relationship with afterwards. Mark, right in this building. Mark was my Green candidate opponent in 2007, right?
Yeah, I was your main opponent, yes.
Yes. Absolutely, Mark. I tell you, I'm going to tell you. Every morning I woke up during that campaign, I says, "Oh, what's Mackenzie up to today?" We've maintained that relationship because I think it's important, because at the end of the day, this is all about people, this business, and how you act and react and counteract and everything else. But it is a tremendous honor to be an MPP. You know, not that long ago, and it's funny, I did this when I was turning 20 years. I asked myself, how many people, you know, there's 124 members in the legislature, how many people since Confederation, which Canada is going to be 157 years old in a few days, how many people have actually served, had the honor of serving as a member of provincial parliament, or as we call it, member of the Legislative Assembly in Ontario. And I asked my son that, and he's pretty astute, smarter than me, he's like his mother. He said, yeah, gee, that's a pile. What would it be? 4,500? And even if it is 4,500, that's still such a small number when you think of the number of 15 million people and how many people have lived and died in Ontario in 157 years, and how many people have been represented. Well, I can tell you that it is under 2,000 in total in 157 years that have had this honor. So when you think of that, it is humbling in the greatest way to be one of those people. And then you ask yourself, tell a joke or something.
Well.
Tell me my fly is down or something.
Well, there's a duck walked into a bar.
So to be one of those people is a very special honor, and to be able to have that honor for 20 years and more is not just yes, it's an honor for me, but it's also so humbling that my peers, you and your constituents and your ratepayers have continued to send me back over that period of time. And you know, Vicki and I often talk about it. And how many of you people sitting in this chamber today would I have never known? I would have never met you. I would have never known you. And there's been different councils over my 20 years. But how many of you would I have never known if I was never elected to this position? Most of you. Most of you I would have never known. And it's been an honor for me to get to know others, and also those people that you don't see at County Council. You'll never see them in the Eganville Leader. You'll never see them on television. But they've given us special moments over the 20 years. So those are some of the kinds of things that just, they give you the willies sometimes to realize just how special and honor it is to be your elected representative. But what makes it possible, I know you think I prepare these things, but I don't, because I forget things. But
I'm not under any illusion, John.
yeah. But I did know something was up this morning when my sister's coming around to pick up my wife. I know there's a problem. So you don't do this by yourself. And I'm going to try to not get too emotional, but I have a hard time, even at Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever, talking to my family and not getting emotional. Softy. Right, Gerald? Now there's a guy that I've known for a lot longer than my career in politics. And one of the people who was instrumental in me actually being here. Holy geez, Michael. Yes. Oh my God. I didn't even see him there.
I'm going to ask you to introduce everybody in a few seconds because, yes, he made a special effort to be here.
Well, Michael knows what a hard ass I am. But none of this is possible without the support and the love of your family. And have a great one. I can't say too much because it gets worse. Because every one of you people who is here, you all know how challenging an elected office job is. It's not always rosy. And those people who are your closest, they share that with you, the good days and the tough days. And then you get yourself elected, and who makes sure you are getting the things done? It's your staff. And I see staff from the past, staff from the present. So many times somebody will stop me on the street and, John, thank you so much for helping my uncle, my sister, my brother, me, whatever. And Keith, I have no idea what they're talking about. Because it's the people in my office that do that work every single day. I'm not there. I'm out gallivanting, bad word, gallivanting somewhere, or I'm in Queen's Park or whatever. But the people who work for you hold that fort down every single day. And they're the ones who have to follow up on those issues. I might get called in, we'll say, as the closer from time to time, but most of the times I don't even know it. Now, I will say that sometimes if there's a particularly contentious issue, Laura will make sure she says, you need to know about this in case you bump into this person on the street, that kind of thing. But I have been so blessed with an amazing group of people who do that work for me. I'd like to give a hand to my staff. Because without them, it's not difficult, it's impossible. So I thank you as well. So I just want to close by, and I could tell, I was talking to the staff out there, and Vicky always says, you know, John, you have to write a book at some point. I could tell a million stories about what has happened on the road to 20 years, that those are the things that are the most moving, because everything you do in this job, in one way or another, touches somebody's life. And that's what makes it special. So thank you.
So just before we break for lunch, Gerald Tracy asked for an opportunity to speak, so he's between you and lunch. So just give him the eye. Got one sheet of paper. We're laughing.
Actually, Peter, I'm an optimist, but I didn't ask for an opportunity to speak. I kind of thought I was supposed to speak. But anyway, things get a little confusing at times. I want to just take you a little bit back in history here. How many of you in this room know that Yakabuski was destined to be a minister, and not a minister of the crown? When John retired in 2002 from the hardware store in Barry's Bay, his plan was to become a Lutheran church minister. That's a fact. And then roll around a few months later, and there's an announcement that Sean Conway will not be seeking re-election. I phoned John Yakabuski on a Sunday morning while having coffee, and I said, Yak, you gotta go. And he said, you gotta go where? You know, Yak. Are you crazy? Well, I wasn't crazy. I tried to talk to Siri on the way up, but I was driving. I wanted to know who it was that created Frankenstein, because I think I have a little bit in helping to create Yakabuski. And I want to tell you that campaign, when John decided to seek the nomination for the PC party, it was held in March of 2003. And there were two great candidates, Doug Leach from Pembroke, retired accountant, and not long after I convinced John to go, Doug announces and phones me because I went to school with Doug and says, would you work in my campaign? I said, Doug, you snooze, you lose. Sorry, I'm committed. But that was the most fun we had in a long time. The voting was supposed to be in Pembroke only. Our main concern was a March 17th snowstorm because the convention was March 19th, I believe, 15th. So you know how it's like. So we convinced the association to have a polling station in Killaloe, polling station in Pembroke, with 2 satellite polls, one in Deep River and one in Renfrew. So we're sitting in Pembroke over the Best Western, and the results come in. Pembroke, of course, is the first count. Do you remember the count, John? I think you do. I've got so many figures here. 890 for Doug Leach, 216 for John Yakubuski. And there was a lot of outbursts in the room over at Best Western. But us little boys from the valley, we were sitting back quietly because we knew Killaloe was yet to come in. And the word from Killaloe was there was a lined-up Dave from the public school halfway to Deacon at Golden Lake. People had spent $5 to buy their membership, and they were going to get their $5 worth. So that was the story of that. About an hour later, the results come in from Killaloe, and it's Yakubuski, 1,316, Leach, 1,142, a 174 vote margin. So that was the total. The total was 2,400 and some votes. But anyway, you know, I've known the Yakubuskis for all of my career of 53 years, and I had the pleasure of following John's father around for many years. He served from 63 to 87. So there's 45 years of Yakubuski dynasty in Renfrew North, or Renfrew South, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. And Paul Yakubuski was a force to be reckoned with. He was loved by the constituents all throughout Renfrew South, and John was just a natural to step in. In fact, many people call John Paul. Not John Paul the Pope, but they call John Paul. And John takes that as a compliment. In fact, sometimes I call him Paul. Paul had more hair at this age. But it's, I do a bit of fundraising in my time, my spare time, and one of my things I'm going to do in retirement is I'm going to, with Laura, add up as best we can the number of dollars that John has delivered to Renfrew County. It's in the hundreds of millions. And we're going to have a great big pool, and we're going to raise a whole lot of money for whatever the cause of the day is. Whoever guesses closest to that pool will win the jackpot. It's going to be a big one. I'm so happy to see Martin, Lorna, and Karen here, and Zachary and Stephanie. And of course, Vicky, I mean, you know, we talk about Barry's Babel, behind every successful man is a great woman. Of course, Vicky is from Meganville, right, Vicky? We won't forget that. And I talked to John Sunday nights on his drive back from Toronto. I feel like I'm his non-existent passenger in the seat beside him because it breaks that drive up. He calls at 6 in the morning. We have always enjoyed a good relationship. We shouted one another at times. That's without saying. But at the end of the day, you know, I have the greatest respect for this fellow. I've probably lived through 4 MPPs, and it's going to be tough to replace John Yakubuski when the day comes. I'm proud of the fact that we came out with the headline in 2003, Yak is back, and Yak has stuck with them all throughout. There's a lot of challenges to face, but John takes every day in stride. I don't know how he just juggles the schedule, and wherever he is asked to speak, no notes, he just speaks. He knows what's going on. He never is without a loss of words for whatever subject he is speaking about. I remember he was in a competition one time with the high school principal, an OPP detachment commander, and himself, and it was a trivia contest. I think John scored 97%, the principal was in the 60s and the OPP officer was down in the 50s. Do you remember that, John? Okay, well, I didn't want to, but anyway, I just wanted to say that, John, thank you so much for being a friend. Thank you so much for being one of the most, if not the most effective MPPs we have had. Greetings from Zig. He wasn't feeling well today. He was your campaign manager during your nomination and has done so much for all of your 7 campaigns. So with that, thank you very much. And I hope to be here for the 30th anniversary celebration. Don't go away.
Thank you. And I think Susan is wanting to speak on behalf of staff. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay? I joined John's constituency staff in October 2003, shortly after he was elected our MPP. Working in the environment was really rewarding, but sometimes very overwhelming. But overall, I'm proud that I was able to provide the number of years in service to John and his office. One of the qualities that John has that I admire greatly is his ability to listen to people. Whether it's a little tyke in a nursery school that he's visiting or an older person that walks up to him in the mall, John always listens, and he actively listens. And I admire that, and I think that's one of the reasons that he is so successful. On behalf of Team Yakabuski, past and present, congratulations, John. You are truly deserving of this recognition.
And so with that, council will break until 1:45, so we'll head downstairs for our lunch. And if, we'll ask if anybody wants to speak and tell any stories when we're down there. So everybody, we're breaking for lunch. Thank you. Well, it was certainly a delightful morning, and I'd like to thank our staff for their work and working with MPP Yakabuski's staff for putting together such a moving and interesting tribute. Somebody said, how do things happen? I said, I just stand at my door and yell, Gwen! So that's kind of how it works. So with that, we'll move to operations and the chair. Oh, I'm sorry, correspondence. Yes, I just happened to catch that, as everybody told me.
Thank you, Warden. Our correspondence has been forwarded to the individual committees. We have received a piece of correspondence that is a piece of information that's important to community services, and I'll bring that up, or Andrea will bring that up when we get to that report. Thank you, Chair, Warden.
Great, thank you. And Chair, operations, please.
Thank you, Warden Nemo. To the corporation, to the council, the corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your operations committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information items, the monthly, project status report can be found as Appendix 1. Item number 2, the capital program variance report can be found as Appendix number 3. The facility condition assessment, I will get this together, and the fact that we're able to, I guess, consolidate this work with another department and able to get these condition assessments completed within our budget. Item number 4, summer operations. Item A, street sweeping. Item B, the maintenance of catch basins. Item C, pavement marking. Item D, bridge cleaning and inspection. Item E, the shoulder grading. Item F, trail maintenance. Item G, brushing and ditching program. Item H, roadside safety device program. And I, the hazardous weed program. Under delegation authority approvals, item number 5, you'll see the following item was approved. The following items were approved under bylaw 98/2024, delegation bylaw section 6 agreements, and you'll see the tender responses and the financial implications on item A and item B, and then section 6 bylaws, PWC 2024-12, County Road 512, Foymount Road rehabilitation. Resolution number OPCC 240672, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council approved contract PWC 2024-12 as submitted by Greenwood Paving, Pembroke Limited, Pembroke, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 512, Foymount Road, from Hoover's Road to County Road 515, Quadville Road, a distance of 3.44 kilometers in the township of Brudenell, Lyndoch, and Raglan, and Bonisher Valley in the amount of $1,318,940.64 plus applicable taxes, and the County Council approved bylaw to execute the contract, and you will find the background there. Item number 7, PWC 2024-15, County Road 515, Palmer Road rehabilitation, resolution number OPCC 240673, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council approved contract PWC 2024-15 as submitted by Bonisher Excavating Inc., Renfrew, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 515, Palmer Road from County Road 62, Cumbermere Road to Finch Road, a distance of 6.67 kilometers, township of Madawaska Valley, in the amount of $1,720,067.61 plus applicable taxes, and the County Council adopted bylaw to execute the contract. You will see the background there and the budget implications. Item number 8, County Road 1, River Road, dedicated lands as part of the public road allowance resolution number OPCC 240674, moved by chair, seconded by committee. The county council adopt bylaw to dedicate parts 2, 3, and 4 on plan 49R 16967 as part of County Road 1 River Road as public road allowance. And you'll see the background there, and this is something that has come up from historical projects that just didn't happen to get registered properly. All of which is respectively submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Emo, Lynch, McKenzie, Watt, and Wilmer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And for council, any comments, questions, concerns on item number 1? The member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. It kind of combines, I think, item number 1 and number 2. So on the variance report now, there are only remaining 2 projects that are showing 0 variance, one of which I believe the Foy Mount Road, I think, is a carryover from last year. But there is still one, I think it's Huron Street in Deep River, that the status report suggests the tender was anticipated to be in June. I don't think it's actually in the report. Is that one, do you anticipate that one coming forward in July?
Sorry.
Thank you.
So yes, we will see, there'll be a report on that in August. So that project has, I believe you're referring to the Deep River Road project. That has been tendered and it has been awarded under delegated authority also, but after this report was printed.
Okay, so and was that the only outstanding project of the larger projects?
Yes, I believe it was.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Warden, and through you to Council. Very proud to say this year was the first year that our Taylor and his team and Rick and his team, we had all our projects out before June. So this was actually the last project, and it was a joint project with the town of Deep River. It did come in under budget by a slim margin on $560,000, but it did come in under budget and has been approved under delegated authority. So in August, we will bring it to committee as information. And I just want to say thank you to Taylor and his team, because this was a monumental year for capital works, and they did get it out the door. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just to echo Mr. Perkins' comments, kudos certainly to staff. Of course, they now have established the bar. So looking forward to next year as well. Thank you.
And committee will hold them to that.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Item number 2, please. Item 3, member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Warden. Through you and to the chair or to the director, as they may see fit. So when we were deliberating on the budget in January, I can't recall, I think that the condition assessments might have been the orange, some of the orange colored options that we were reviewing. And in fact, I believe we had downscaled from the 4 site to have facility condition assessments down to 1. So I wonder if certainly on a superficial level, it suggests to me that all of these probably should have been done through D&P, because it seems that the Development and Property Committee is going to get 3 done for $25,000. All 4 of them, because that was my question. We did retain one of the condition assessments. I don't know which of the sites, it's immaterial, but ultimately it was still anticipated that it was going to cost $25,000 for one, and now it seems like it's going to cost $25,000 for 4. So I guess that it is all 4. 2 questions is, has this been down scoped from what was originally there, or were our estimates over the mark?
So it does include the 4 main buildings at the patrol yards. I would say, yeah, the scope down a bit, because it does not include any of the outbuildings, but certainly an efficient way to have this done. And I don't know if Mr. Perkins wants to add to that.
Mr. Perkins, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Actually, very serendipitous. Development and Property were actually undertaking a project themselves to do condition assessments on their buildings. So very fortunate for us to piggyback, shall we say. So we got economy of scale here, thankfully. And my thanks to the Development and Property Department for fitting us in.
Thank you. And so with that, item number 4, items A to I, and member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. I just wanted to highlight thanks for staff and helping out the lower tiers of many of these types of contracts for us to be able to piggyback and find economic ways to work together to save the tax dollars where possible. I just noticed the comment that was made in item I about the alternative notifications from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. I wonder if that's an all-encompassing alternative notifications that lower tiers can also use, or was that isolated permission for the county only?
Mr. Perkins?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, or thank you, Warden. Actually, I'm not quite sure. I will look into it and find out.
And Mr. Davis.
If I may, Warden, so through my previous role as the weed inspector, we've dealt with this alternative notification ourselves. So this is a process we do when we do roadside spraying. And so we do it for specifically the roads we own and maintain, the county roads. And similarly, the local municipalities, lower tier municipalities can also do the same thing. If we don't do this by law, you'd have to put actual physical signs up every 50 to 75 meters along the road system. This is a way to go beyond that. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Member from Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. Very quickly, I just want to have a shout out to Tina for putting out the PSA on social media about the line painting and what to do if, yes, and Lee's nodding his head. I think that people need to know, try and stay away from it if at all possible. So thank you, Tina. Your messaging is fantastic.
Thank you. Seeing nothing else, item number 5. Item 6. Item 7. Item number 8. The report as a whole. Can I have a mover, please?
So move, Warden.
Thank you. You've heard the report. You've heard the information shared. Any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to Development and Property. Chair's report. Chair, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the cell service update, and there's a media release, Appendix 1, from Lisa Severinson, Director of Communications, indicating that 21 communities across Eastern Ontario, including parts of Renfrew County, now have 5G service. Item number 2 is the real estate activity, and it's included in the agenda as Appendix number 2. Item number 3 is the bioeconomy development opportunity, the BDO zone webinar, and that will be available on August the 1st, 2024 from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. to a targeted audience. Item number 4 is the Taste of the Valley vendor applications, and just a note that due to the high demand, applications received prior to June 7th are given priority, and those received after will be approved on a first-come, first-served basis. And 160 applications have been received. Item number 5 is public outreach. And again, on May 10th and 11th, the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association and economic development teams attended the Pembroke Expo to promote tourism experiences and programming. Also, the OVTA and economic development teams will have a presence at the Ottawa River Paddle Festival on June 21st to the 23rd at Owl Rafting in Foresters Falls. They'll be at the Multicultural Festival from July 19th to the 20th at the Pembroke Waterfront Park, and they'll be at the Armprior Cultural Night Market August 24th. Item number 6 is the Bicycle Friendly Business Award winners announced for Ontario Highlands Region. And actually, the two businesses that received special recognition were Ottawa Valley Coffee, which is located in Renfrew, Arnprior, and Elmont, and Valley Cycle Tours, located at the Whitewater Inn in Beachburg. Item number 7 is the Summer Company, and the intake closed on May 17th, 2024. The Summer Company program participants include Caden McKinnon from Renfrew, it's a car detailing service, Haley Vanderswag Westmeath, Carebox subscription, Amin O'Brien Jelana from Barry's Bay is a lawn game rentals, Kaylee White, Nooknab Brayside Animal Balloon Business, Kai Mayra from Pembroke Clay Art, Kyle Radford Eganville Barbecue Cleaning Business, and Scarlett Merrill Deep River Mobile Babysitting Service. And thanks again for the extra money from the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade that there were more applicants. There were 7 that were increased from 5 due to the extra funding. Item number 8 is the upcoming activities at the Beachburg Tract. And again, this is in regards to the renewal at the Beachburg Tract, and the information is attached. Item number 9 is the DRAPE update, and this is the air photography for Renfrew County. Was conducted in May, and the final flying day recorded on May 16th, and that has now been completed. And that is my report, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Eamon, Lynch, McKenzie, Service, Watt, and Weir. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. And members of council, any questions, comments, concerns on item number 1? I should add that there are 332 new sites, towers, consisting of newly built and co-locates, and 312 existing sites are upgraded. So that's a fairly significant project. Member from A and B, Amundsen Bromley, please.
Thanks so much, Mr. Warden. Through you to certainly the director or the chair, what parts of the county of Renfrew have seen the upgrade? And I ask because I'm certainly, it has been kind of a feature that there has been a somewhat delayed, particularly with the new towers. So I'm kind of curious what parts of the county have seen an upgraded service.
Mr. Davis.
Very good question, Warden, and through you to Mr. Bromley. I don't know the specifics. I really don't. What I'll do is I'll provide a map that's provided through Lisa Severson to council for a better fulsome report.
And Mr. Kelly?
I see sees too many wardens here today. I see Councillor Murphy's hand was about to come up, but I had a meeting with Eorn the other day as well, and I'll note that the uplifts are mostly Rogers. So if you're not using Rogers, you probably won't see the difference in them because the bell hasn't been uplifted yet to a lot of these towers. So it's just a lot of Rogers upgrades at the moment. So I'm not sure what carrier you're using. I notice a new tower almost every week when I'm driving around, but we're Bell users here, so we're not seeing the same service coverage as quite as the map might suggest. But Councillor Murphy may have more to add from her Eorn side of things.
Thank you, Craig. You did make me the warden that I became. Yes, Craig is absolutely correct. We have to remember that the Eorn project is all Rogers. And you are absolutely correct that these towers are going up fast and furious now, far faster than they were, say, even 3 or 4 months ago. We did have some delays. I don't have a map at this time, but I will get one. The map that we have for Eorn is very ethereal. It sort of shows in this area there will be a tower. But I will note, to Craig's point, that the towers that are going up are not online yet. I've got two very close to my home, actually. Neither of them are online as of right now, but they are both built. So we should be seeing a lot of those come online very, very quickly. But obviously, now as the chair, if you have any questions, please let me know. Thanks.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Thank you through you to Mr. Davis and Mr. Kelly and to Councillor Murphy. Perhaps just for clarity, it is my understanding, though, that as this project is completed, regardless of the carrier, we are going to have a much larger footprint of reliable cell phone coverage. So I do understand that Rogers Communication is the private sector participant or partner within this project, and I have no issues whatsoever that perhaps it is more being seen, realized within perhaps the footprint of Rogers network. But the expectation is that regardless of the carrier, it is the geography of the county that is going to be substantially, and I mean substantially, upgraded from it as heretofore been. And I will certainly, I recognize the now chair of EORN and also mayor of one of the remote parts, the barren parts of the county of Renfrew, perhaps has some additional information.
Member from Montreal Valley.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, to my colleague's point, we did have a meeting as late as last Thursday, I believe, with Minister Surma, the Minister of Infrastructure. They are holding the ISPs, the municipalities, everybody, in fact, to task to make sure that these projects are done by the end of 2025, and they are pulling out no stops. So this is going to be cell towers, even if it means fixed wireless. It'll be fiber to the home. It'll be satellite for those really remote areas. They are, she is putting her foot to the gas pedal and not letting up. She did ask that please, if you have a permitting system in your municipality, can you please make permitting as easy as possible in your municipality? We do not have permitting in Bonachere Valley, so when they asked for an innovative approach, I jokingly said, well, our innovation is no permits. Just put it in. Put it in quickly. It is federally regulated. It is not municipally regulated, so I'm not sure what say we would have in it. But for anybody that's getting complaints about towers, etc., the sad fact of the matter is if you want the service, especially in rural Ontario, these towers are what is going to get you service. And Mayor Donahue was not wrong. As somebody that does not have cell phone service at my house in 2024, but had a cell phone in Toronto in 1992, I find it ridiculous. So I hope that helps, and I will continue to bring very fulsome reports about EORN, especially as we pivot, but to make sure that we see this particular project through to the end, and with any luck, people will start to get the fixed wireless, especially with the uplifts that Mr. Kelly was talking about. Thank you.
So thank you. We have a map.
Yeah, thanks. We just were able to, we just whip one together. I know, it's subject to change and a whole bunch of other things, but it's, if Tina can just throw it up on the screen, and maybe we can circulate it out to council afterwards. Yeah. No. So, again, Warden, we'll distribute this to the members of council.
Okay, thank you. Member from Deep River and then Whitewater.
Yeah, just briefly, and I don't remember, what is it? Telecommunications towers. So actually what a municipality can do is if you have I forget the exact term, telecommunication tower policy or something, you can actually shorten the timelines. You can make them shorter than what the federal regulations are. So that is a possibility for municipalities.
Thank you. And Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Warden. It's an ask, if we could, on this topic. The news release that's released here by EORN is great for this level of discussion, but difficult to articulate within the communities. And if we could even show a map to say, this is where 5G is going to be, this is 4G, this is 3G, just great big circles on the map, not tower locations, but just to show that, because right now it's 0G where I live, and it's frustrating to know, well, they're upgrading 5G where they've already got 4G. So it's not a message I want to necessarily take back, but if I could say, it's 5G here, and it's going to be 3 and 4 here, this is the plan, 99% coverage or whatever. Just that public affairs piece, if that's my ask. Thank you.
So noted.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 2, real estate activity. Item 3. Item 4. Item 5. There are now 2 events, Multicultural Festival in Pembroke on July 19-20, and Armpark Cultural Night Market August 24. 6 is bicycle friendly, item number 6. Really interesting bottom line, 1,685 certified bicycle-friendly businesses across Ontario, including 95 from Ontario's Highlands and 35 from the Ottawa Valley. Item number 7, great news. Any questions? Seeing none. Item number 8. I'm sorry? Item number 9, report as a whole, and a mover, please.
So moved, Warden.
You've heard the report, you've heard the comments. All those in favor? Opposed, none. It's carried. Thank you. We're going to take a 13-second break. Okay, thank you. And we'll move to Health Committee. And at the end of the Health Committee report, if you could introduce our feature.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Would be, in fact, very privileged to do so. Thank you. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number 1 is on emergency management. There was a letter received that we have met the requirements for 2023 Emergency Management and Civil Protections Act. Item number 2 is a workshop on demystifying the role of community paramedics in community heart failure management. And the information item underscores that the community paramedics are often working in the background. There are not the lights flashing and the sirens blaring that are bringing attention to what the paramedics do on a day-to-day basis, but certainly the contribution of community paramedicine of being upstream of emergent or 911 concerns, it is certainly they should be recognized. And in fact, there was a workshop held October 24th and 27th, and you will see several of our paramedics from the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service were participants in that. Item 3 is it's a little bit of a complex situation, and it was difficult to condense it into one line, but attached is Appendix 2, sole source memorandum for the purchase of paramedic service vehicles. It has become very complex now, the acquisition of the emergency vehicles, the ambulances. I should be clear on, not so much the ERVs, but the ambulances. There had been a 1-year lead time, and it seems that that's now stretching into 2 years lead time, which makes some substantial concerns moving forward. But I think, if I recall from Health Committee, it's anticipated that there will not be budgetary or financial considerations. There will not be an impact in 2024, but it is becoming a much more complex environment moving forward into 2025 and future. Item 4 is the automated medication dispensing cabinets for Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge. Moving on then to the delegated authority approvals. Item 5 is BM 2024-01 is the emergency generator replacement. And as there is not an approval required, I will not go through there's no resolution to read. But I'm very pleased. I do believe, and Mr. Blackmore is present, I do believe that there was $500,000 that was anticipated for the replacement of this generator. And I'm doubly pleased that it is substantially under budget, and also it is a local vendor that is the successful tender in this instance. So I think that it is a win-win. Moving on then, Mr. Warden, to resolutions. Item 6, the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement and Schedule F Form of Compliance Declaration. Resolution number H-CC-24-06-88. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer, Deputy Clerk, to sign Schedule F Declaration of Compliance issued pursuant to the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement for County of Renfrew Bonnechere Manor Senior Adult Day Program. And this council may be more familiar with MSAW, which is often it's referred to. You've been here now 2 years. I demand that you are familiar with all of the acronyms. This is MSAW. The background is attached to Mr. Warden. Item 7, business case for staffing report for additional resident care coordinator position per home, that is, per each of the lodge and the manor. Resolution number H-CC-24-06-89. Once again, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve 2 new full-time staffing complements, 1 each at Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge, designated as resident care coordinators. Once again, Mr. Chair, the background is attached. Item 8 is a business case for a staffing report for personal support workers at Bonnechere Manor. Resolution number H-CC-24-06-90. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve of the redistribution of hours of 4 full-time and 3 part-time personal support worker rotations to existing personal support worker part-time rotations. Once again, the background is attached. And item 9 is the yin to item 8 yang. The business case for a staffing report for personal support workers at Miramichi Lodge. Resolution number H-CC-24-06-91. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve 14 full-time personal support worker positions at Miramichi Lodge. And once again, the background is attached. All of which, Mr. Chair, is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members Emo, Grills, Yon, Murphy, Nicholson, Weir, and Wilmer.
Thank you. Item number 1, Council. Item number 2. Item 3. I should note the LAS and AMO just announced, or will be announcing, that they've signed a deal with Canoe and Demers. So that may come into place, may become significant down the road. Item number 4. Item 5. Item number 6. Item 7. Item 8. Item 9. And the member from North Laguna Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Mr. Blackmore. I'm just curious, both 8 and 9 with the additional personal support workers, how successful do you think we will be at filling those roles, or how long do you think it'll take?
Thank you, Chair. Through to the councillor. So you note that the business cases presented are a bit opposites, as it were. We're looking for an increase in full-time to one, an increase in part-time to the other, and that's really to get the homes to more of a balance in terms of full-time, part-time mix. Certainly at the Bonnechere Manor, we're making progress. We've increased from, I think it was 3.14. I'm taking a stab at this, but in a matter up to, I think it's approximately almost near 3.4 in our last round of hires, of which includes 20 international staff. Miramichi Lodge, we expect through this round and maybe one other additional round of adjustments with regard to full-time, part-time mixed down the road, we'll be hitting that 4 hours of resident care per day, hopefully within the next year. That's assuming that our efforts thus far, which have been fairly successful in hiring, continue as they have been in the last year. Bonnechere Manor will lag slightly from the lodge in terms of achieving that 4 hours of resident care per resident per day. But as I said, we are seeing a rather significant increase. So hopefully that continues.
Supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Warden. I'm just curious, so this shouldn't have any impact on the funding that has been approved?
Yeah, if I could, through Chair to the councillor, this is all funds that have already been approved through our supplemental funding. So this is money to be spent specifically for this purpose.
Thank you. So, I'm sorry, member from Armpar.
Thank you, Warden. Just to compliment Michael, we had the Algonquin College graduation there a couple of weeks ago, and the number of PWCs that graduated were numerous. So there's an opportunity. These people may be hired almost immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Mr. Bromley.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Warden, Mr. Blackmore did make an outstanding response. And I wanted to underscore what Mr. Blackmore has said. Certainly, it does translate. That 4-hour goal translates in what are going to be our resource requirements to achieve that. But I think that he also identified that the number of PSWs perhaps is not the key. The key is where are we with respect towards meeting that target, that long-sought target of 4 hours of care. And that is a substantial increase to go from 3.1 to 3.4. When it is measured only on a scale of 4, that is a substantial success. So I think that certainly kudos to Mr. Blackmore and to the Manor broadly on really moving the needle on this.
Thank you. We'll take the vote and then I'll come back to the chair. So you've heard the report. Any questions, comments, concerns? And mover?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And Chair, you have an announcement.
Thank you very much. It's truly a privilege, and almost all of the heavy lifting has been done by others, so I'm certainly thankful to have at least the opportunity to introduce this. Council is very much aware, beginning with the trailer for the winter accommodations that was at the Farmers Market in Pembroke, was the start of what has truly begun to blossom in addressing an acute crisis within our communities. Certainly largely felt in the city of Pembroke. That is also our funding partner in a lot of the initiatives at the County of Renfrew. So from that initial start, it grew into what is now Mesa. And on the 22nd of May, there was a very concentrated workshop at Miramichi Lodge, bringing together a lot of individuals to speak to the challenge of homelessness, mental health, and substance use, and the challenges, those both with lived experience and those that have really rolled up their sleeves and entered into this to begin to make a change. And one of the keynote speakers at that event was a CBC radio reporter, Omar Dabagi Pacheco. And he was in the midst, actually, of putting together a report. It has really gripped Mr. Dabagi Pacheco, the crisis that is unfolding right across the country. And we are not immune from it in rural Ontario. Mr. Dabagi Pacheco was in the process of putting together his report on that. It is now completed. It is a 20-minute video, and we are not. It is not my intent, Mr. Chair. I certainly am very much appreciative of at least putting a taste for County Council and those who may be watching. And the links will be posted, if they have not already been, on county social media as well as our web page as well. But Ms. Poplinski has keyed up for us. This is right at the very start of what's an approximately 20-minute report that is going to be having significant exposure on the CBC, both locally on the radio, more broadly, but also I believe on the national news. I think Chief Nolan might have more particular details on that. But it is enormously, with enormous gratitude to Mr. Dabagi Pacheco for bringing a spotlight onto the crisis that is unfolding right in front of us. And sometimes we don't necessarily see what's right in front of us. So with that, Mr. Warden, I will yield the floor to you.
Thank you. And if we could just go ahead and play it, and then Chief Nolan can give us some follow-up information.
We're with paramedics responding to a 911 call. It seems like an apparent overdose. This is Pembroke, Ontario.
Carrie. Went in hit foaming at the mouth and shaking.
Everywhere you look, it's overdoses.
Wake up, man. You do not know what it's like to live on the street, have no roof over your head.
Dispatch call 4600.
Do you think first responders will see him again tonight?
Possibly.
I wish I could go back. I don't want to be like this.
There's nothing on my belt here that's going to solve addictions. Why wouldn't we try something new? Because the answer is, if we do nothing, what's going to change?
Priority purple. It means there's an immediate threat to life. My producer Ryan and I, we've been covering this fight against fentanyl. In Ottawa, we sat down with the people who use it. In Belleville, we saw how a toxic batch sent that city into a state of emergency. And now we're turning to Pembroke. We spent 3 days there over the course of a week. It's a small town trying a new solution, and we got rare access to paramedics just trying to keep people alive.
This is Priority Purple, 23 Echo 01 Golf, overdose poisoning.
Can you attach me to that, please? How many meters?
800. This is our last day in Pembroke. This town sees more than double the number of fatal overdoses per capita than the rest of Ontario. And we're inside Laurie Shannon's paramedic vehicle, responding to calls most of us never see.
Please, God. Oh my God. Whoever made this drug, oh my God. Oh my God, and that's just a withdrawal.
It's fentanyl. Most overdose calls are. Last year, they got about 900 of these calls.
He's gonna see it's worse than this. It's just starting.
That's Carrie. We've bumped into her every single day that we've been here. She's been in a rough spot, but not like this. It's a town of 14,000 people, so you can't help but run into the same people day after day after day. And Renfrew County is using that to try a new approach. They're sending out paramedics and social workers, finding people where they're at before things get critical. This is day one. We meet Carrie. She's just been robbed, and she's looking for help.
What happened to your ribs, Carrie?
They got broken. I was in a scuffle. We walked down the road. People throw change at us. You crackhead, you need some spare change. You need some food. They'll throw pizza crust. People are very ignorant. You do not know what it's like to live on the street, have no roof over your head, be able to cover up at night, be able to have a bath. Nobody knows what it's like at all. I've been out here for a year. I'm 56 years old and I live on the street. When Mesa first came to the grind, I stayed away. I didn't want to get close to them. I don't trust people. But with Lori, I see her all the time. So I feel really comfortable sharing and telling them the truth of what's the matter with us. Us addicts find it hard to trust. And with Lori and Joe, Basil, all of them, the Mesa crew, I trust them all with my life.
Carrie trusts Lori and her crew with the life of her family, too. And by the end of the trip, we're going to find out exactly what that trust means. It's
Pardon me? No, I'm sorry. We're a little bit tight. It's 20 minutes and we have some other obligations. It's unfortunate. Chief Nolan, can you provide some follow-up on this, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And the link will be circulated as well to everyone to watch it. And I would say of equal importance, share it with as many people as possible. Mr. DeBaggy Pacheco reached out last night to let me know, let us know what was going on. And it is airing today, both on CBC Radio morning, and that's the full story, the web in the afternoon, television and YouTube this evening. So the full 20-minute version will be out, and the national and the international reel for CBC will be airing it on July 3rd. So it will garner both Canada-wide and international airing as well. I'd like to thank Omar and the CBC team and Ryan, his producer. Something that may not be known, Mr. Chair, is that Ryan's job is as the anchor of CBC News television in Ottawa, and Omar has to pitch his own stories to get permission from CBC to essentially volunteer to do these stories. And when we had done some research with Omar, he was very interested in the Mesa program. He volunteered to come and speak at our Mesa event, which the chair spoke to previously. But not only did Mesa and our approach touch him, so too did the stories that he heard at the Mesa event, and wanted to take a deeper look into our community and understand that. So as you'll see, there are representatives from the grind, the OPP, members of the public that all speak with Omar throughout the story. And I think it's best sometimes to look at our programs, and it's not that long ago that Health Committee, all the committees and County Council took the time to invest in the Mesa program. And we've had some successful conversations at Queen's Park, and we hope to continue to expand the work. And I think that this is a very respectful glimpse into the realities of what's happening here in Pembroke and, in fact, in communities across the county. So thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Warden, for that moment.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to community services.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Community Services Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1, Renfrew County Housing Corporation AGM. It was held on June 12th, and attached as Appendix 1 are the 2023 financial statements and auditor's report for the Renfrew County Housing Corporation. Kudos to Director Patrick and her team for that. Very well done. And as we had discussion here, there was a lot of discussion about the asset retirement obligation. Item number 2, policy RCHC-02, procurement of goods and services. Historically, the Renfrew County Housing Corporation has maintained its own procurement policy, but for ease of reference and simplicity of administration, it was agreed to direct the Renfrew County Housing Corporation to be subject to the County of Renfrew Corporate Policy GA-01, Procurement of Goods and Services, and to repeal Policy RCHC-02. Item 3 is the Substance Use Related Harms Dashboard. The Renfrew County District Health Unit has an interactive dashboard called Substance Use Related Harms in Renfrew County and District. And it's an overview of the current substance use related trends in Renfrew County and districts, such as the opioid overdose related emergency department visits, opioid-related deaths and suspected drug poisoning deaths, and it is to be updated quarterly. Item number 4 is a National Housing Strategy funding update. Attached as Appendix 2 is the most current memo, and it, as part of the revised plan, it establishes provincial supply targets with service managers and Indigenous program administrators, direct funding towards new projects, sets annual goals, and implement robust data collection and reporting mechanisms. Item number 5 is the Pembroke and Area Warming Center Committee. So this committee held its final meeting on June 5th, marking the conclusion of its collaborative effort, and as we know, was established to ensure broad representation and input from a diverse range of organizations regarding the center's operations. Delegation of authority approvals, item 6. The following item was approved under bylaw 98-24, section 5.0, agreements, funding. Subsection 5.1, Built for Zero Canada, memorandum of understanding extending the County of Renfrew's agreement until March 31st, 2025, and it is attached as Appendix 3, has been signed by the Director of Community Services. The original agreement was approved by Committee Resolution Number CS-C-22-04-27 on April 13th, 2022, for a 2-year term from April 1, 2022 to March 31st, 2024. And the background is there. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Emo, Grills, Naval, Nicholson, and Service.
Thank you, Chair. And with that, questions, comment, concern, item number 1, item 2, item 3. I have a small question, and probably Ms. Patrick can answer this, but it says it's the National Ambulatory Care Reporting System, and then the short form is NARCS. So that seems to be quite a, is that a misprint? Just, it caught my eye, and it just, yeah, that's what I think. It should be NACRS, but anyway, it's just something I noticed. Anyway, thank you. Yeah, just it sounded like a weird acronym. Thank you. So item number 4, I can't help it, I see stuff. And Andrea, please, could you speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you to Council. Yeah, I think the acronym was a letter out of order there. With respect to item number 4, we just did receive an additional memo on June the 17th with regards to the National Housing Strategy Action Plan. So just further to that, this memo was from the Minister of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, just confirming the County of Renfrew's allocations for the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, which is $500,300, and the Canada-Ontario Community Housing Initiative, or COCHI, $961,300 for the 2024-25 fiscal year, and those were the previously communicated allocations for the County of Renfrew. So this memo is just to confirm that after the new agreement was signed, they did confirm the allocations at previously released numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Brownlee, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I'm just, it was twigged as Ms. Patrick was making her response. So is this being held up as there was some intransigence on behalf of the federal and provincial governments in coming to an agreement for the reallocation of these funds?
Ms. Patrick.
Through you, Mr. Warden, to Councillor Donahue. We, generally speaking, so we continued with county projects as was discussed at committee so that there would be no delays on that. Traditionally, the funding allocations through COCHI and OPFI are funding that we use to support our nonprofits, and they are used to, I guess, later on in the summer having those projects confirmed. So this has met with kind of within regular timeframes, and we're getting the funding out to them for those projects.
But this,
Supplementary?
if I may, this was somewhat delayed because there remained some outstanding issues to be resolved between the federal and provincial governments, correct?
Yes, please.
Through you, Mr. Warden, to council, yes. So it was because things were put on hold until they came to a new agreement, and part of the new agreement does indicate that there's going to be a focus more on some new builds and some new targets. So there were some delays in that. And one of the other pieces that I should have mentioned was regards to the COB funding, or the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit, and that is still, as per the memo of June 17th, that's a rent allowance that goes out to individuals. We're still waiting to have that amount confirmed. It's not delivered through us, but certainly helps a number of the families that we work with.
And supplementary?
Third and final, thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you once again to Ms. Patrick. Ultimately, are we seeing, these aren't static, I'm assuming we are seeing escalation in the funding that we receive, particularly as we've just been discussing homelessness in our community. Are we actually seeing increases in the funding envelopes?
Ms. Patrick?
Through you, Mr. Warden, to Councillor Donahue, I can't speak off the top. I'm not sure what our previous year's allocations were. I don't know if our treasurer has that off the top of his head, but I'm not sure if these have increased for this year or if they've been fairly consistent over the last few years. I can certainly bring that information back to the next meeting.
And Mr. Burke, I saw you reaching for your keyboard.
Thank you, Warden. Through you. Yes, these are substantial increases. I believe if you were to reference the long-term plan, we had an expectation of about $1 million across the OPI and COCHI, which are primarily used for repairs or capital repairs of our own buildings. And this would be far and away above that. And so it's quite a good news story that it's also flowing to us, but the allocations themselves as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great, thank you. Item number 5, you'll have a final report in August, and there is a small surplus. I think there's still some bills pouring in, or sorry, limping in. They've already poured in, and all accounts will be settled by then. Item number 8. 6, I'm sorry, item number 6. Page was wrinkled. Seeing none. If I could have a mover.
So moved.
Thank you. You've heard the report and the questions and the answers. All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to finance, please. Chair.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council. We, your Finance and Administration Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under information item, number 1 is the quarterly report from our CAO Deputy Clerk. And obviously there's a lot of information in there. Number 2 is an appendix showing the advocacy papers from Queen's Park Day. Number 3 are the delegations requested for the AMO conference coming in August. I will, while we're on this item, I will remind everybody, please, when your CAO is, or your clerk are registering you, or maybe not you, but your council at the AMO conference, please, please, please register as rural caucus because there is an election this year, and in all caucuses, in fact. But we can only vote in rural and for the president. Number 4 is the Renfrew County Municipal Day, an initiative that I think will work very well. Number 5 is employee recognition, and excuse me, Appendix 2 is the bulletin announcing the round of winners and the nominees. Under resolutions, as we heard this morning, resolution number FACC 24-06-71, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the draft audited statements for the County of Renfrew for the year ended December 31st, 2023. Number 7, the Ontario Winter Games Reserve Transfer, resolution number FACC 24-06-73, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the transfer of $200,000 from the Ontario Winter Games Reserve to the Working Capital Reserve, and the background is there. Under bylaws, resolution number FACC 24-06-74, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the revised policy GA-01, procurement of goods and services, and that a bylaw to amend bylaw 59-02, being a bylaw to establish corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, be adopted, and there is quite a bit of background there. Number 9, resolution number FACC 24-06-77, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the following corporate policies. A, policy A20, use of county vehicles, which is new. B, policy A21, reference release for current former employees, which is also new. Policy A-22, co-op student placement policy, which is also new. D, policy E06, pregnancy leave and parental leave, which is amended. And finally, policy E11, flexible work arrangements, which is also amended. And that a bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, being a bylaw to establish a human resource corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, be adopted. And the background of each of those policies is provided as background, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Emo, Giardini, Yon, and Mayville. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns from members of council for item number 1, item number 2, item 3. Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And while it is not specifically on the topic as the chair broached the conference and the election for directors of AMO coming up in August in Ottawa, just to augment the comments vis-a-vis the caucuses and where one is registered. And of course, the warden is Councillor Reeve. Peter Emo is seeking re-election to AMO's board in the Rural Caucus. From a get out the vote perspective, the nomination period is closed. It closed Monday. There are 9 candidates seeking 4 positions. So in addition to those who may still be registering, as a reminder as well, there was just a bulletin came out from AMO, I think, towards the end of last week. The deadline for changing your caucus designation is a week Friday, July 5th. So I would encourage all of County Council, when discussing within each of our own municipalities, for those who may be attending, just to have a discussion with the elected officials that may be attending, and in order to exercise a vote in support of a local candidate to AMO's board of directors, they need to be registered in the Rural Caucus. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, please.
And if I may add to that, Mr. Warden, I think that anybody who has time from the Sunday into the Monday is the vote. If you have time, we did get some pretty sweet handouts for Peter as giveaways. So if you are able to come and help him with his campaign, that would be amazing. My colleague is absolutely right. There are 9 in rural. There are actually 11 for 4 in small urban. So it's going to be a bit confusing as well at the AMO conference about who's voting for which caucus. So just let's help Peter out as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, I've given that one up. Those fridge magnets.
They're gonna love it.
Yeah. Thank you. And North going to Wilberforce, please.
Just wondering what the warden is paying for his help.
As usual, probably a small gathering to share wisdom at the end of the night. Thank you. So with that, we'll move to item number 4. What a great initiative. I think it'll really be something that we'll take on an annual basis, and it'll become an anticipated event. Item number 5. As always, it's great to see that we're continuing with our employee recognition program, and it certainly establishes the culture of accountability, caring, and the fact that we notice their efforts. Item number 6. Item number 7. Item number 8. Oh, was question, sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Brownlee.
Item 8, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
correct.
please.
Could this be severed from the report and addressed separately?
Okay, thank you. Item number 9. Item number 9 is the final one. The report as a whole, with the exception of number 8. Okay, can I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. So we're going to call a question on the report without item 8. All those in favor? Opposed, none. It's carried. Thank you. And we'll move to item 8. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. So at Finance and Administration Committee, I acknowledged that I was woefully unprepared at our May County Council meeting, and for that I do apologize to my colleagues. It was a very disjointed remarks and comments that I had made with respect to the delegation of authority policy. So in fact, I don't even know that at that time I made reference to the procurement policy itself, but the procurement policy heretofore has had defined spending limits, whether it is the directors sitting to my right, whether it is the CAO, and then it advances to standing committees and then ultimately to council. So at the Finance and Administration Committee, what I'd suggested is if we had reversed these roles, would the result have been the same? I can certainly say that I doubled my support at Finance Administration from County Council in May. It was 17-1, and thank you all for ganging up on me at County Council in May. However, I was able to convince my colleague from North Algona-Wilberforce of the merits of my arguments, and at FNA I doubled the support. In any event, in all seriousness, the delegation of authority for procurements, particularly as it pertains to public works, but not exclusively to public works, has always been, in the time that I have been here and from my records, even in the 4-year term prior to me becoming a member of County Council, it was exclusively for the month of July. Now, there were times when it was extended for the full term of council because that is the month that council is essentially on vacation, summer vacation, and business of the county does continue whether we are here or not. So this is substantially different in now removing that authority. There are a lot of delegations here within the appendix to the bylaw that was adopted in May, 111 to be precise, that are council authorities that we have now delegated. On this one, I was remiss, certainly in May, in not separating this because I don't see that there is inefficiency. The reporting that has come prior to, the only distinction between the approvals from the delegated authority from the time when council actually approved is the wording of the resolution. All of the reporting otherwise seems to me to mimic the reporting that was done when there was a resolution to approve. So from my perspective, if in fact we were pondering or considering essentially changing our procurement and providing unlimited, so long as it is within budget, authority outside of our own, I don't know if it would have prevailed as much. However, as the only member of council that was in opposition to the bylaw, it is outside of my purview to even introduce a motion to reconsider, though I would encourage any other councillor that maybe on this particular issue, there's the vast majority of the delegations of authority I have always been in support of. This one I have not been. So that is outside of my purview. Having said that, there are, in my estimation, a significant gap in this, in that the reporting, there is, as you will, council will recall, the most right-hand column of Appendix A did providing the reporting requirements, and I think by and large it was as exercised. However, there is no template or boilerplate included in the bylaw as to what the reports should be. I am pleased that both within Public Works, Health, and within Community Services today, possibly DNP, though I cannot recall, the reports do mirror the reports that were heretofore received by council when our approval was being sought, but there is no requirement that they are so. I would say that that is a pretty substantial gap in the bylaw that was approved, is I believe that there should be a required reporting structure. I will say that I served on another board while there was a fairly major capital investment being done, and I found the reporting there unsatisfactory throughout the entirety. And I think it is incumbent upon us as the council, who is delegating our authority, to have an expectation of what we expect to have as the reports back to us, so as there is always transparency. I say this, Mr. Warden, not with any suggestion whatsoever of any of the current authorities that we are delegating to. But I think we are leaving the door open, and there have been in the municipal sector myriad issues with respect to transparency, and I think that it is incumbent upon the Council for Renfrew to dictate what we expect to see as the written reports when authority has been delegated. Now, the bylaw has been passed, and as I said, I am barred from making a motion to reconsider. I don't know that a motion to reconsider is actually required, but I think that that is certainly a legitimate amendment that might be considered at a future council meeting as to what our expected reporting structure would be on the authorities that we are providing to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And the member from North Agona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden, and I would agree with what my colleague has just said. I think a reporting structure needs to be documented, needs to be clear, and needs to be followed. And I would also suggest that these delegated authorities have a sunset clause that ends when this term of council ends, as a new term of council may not have the same confidence to have these delegated authorities. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Member from Laurentian Valley, please.
Laurentian Hills, thank you.
Sorry, Laurentian Hills.
That's okay. So I'm confused here. I thought that when we did approve this delegation of authority, that it came with the understanding that any time it is exercised, there is a report.
Mr. Kelly.
So I don't know if that's different than what Councillor Donahue is stating.
Through you, Warden, to Councillor Giardini. That is correct. Just to be clear, however, the item number 8 today is the bylaw for the procurement of goods and services. This is not the delegated authority bylaw that's being considered today. This is the procurement policy that aligns certain authorities with that bylaw. That notwithstanding, what we've attempted to accomplish throughout June's committees, let me back up slightly. In May, when the delegated authority bylaw was discussed, there was a comment to say that in that right-hand column, to insert the words as exercised, and that was done. So as much as it has been exercised, we have now included that in the reports throughout the month of June. So that is now what you're seeing, delegation of authority approvals or otherwise. So that's what we're attempting. In the background, what you're not seeing is a series of conversations between Mr. Burke and myself and the clerk on how that's being charted. And we've got a few different versions of it, but we will have and do have a chart ongoing of all these delegated authorities that we will finesse and bring forward either on an annual or semi-annual basis as that bylaw predicts or suggests. But again, to be clear, today, for your consideration is the procurement bylaw, not the delegated authority bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Member Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and absolutely agree. The reason that I'm bringing this forward now is that when the procurement policy is changed, that solidifies. Right now, our procurement policy is in conflict with our delegated authority bylaw. Because Councillor Giardini raised the question, what I am saying, what I am putting forward is, yes, the requirement to report is within our delegated authority policy or bylaw. What is not there is, what do we mean by reporting? And I note that we have established a protocol, but that is not the requirement. There is no requirement, and it is my opinion, my firm belief, that there should be a template. We have a boilerplate for the notice of motion. Here's what a notice of motion should look like. Likewise, I think that how we have come to receive the formerly the reports on public work projects is fairly established. The boxes that we have seen. But there's no requirement that they do that. That's why I'm saying is, once we have delegated the authority, I think it would be incumbent upon us to say that shall be now the template and the expectation of any future reports. We are yielding our authority to staff. I don't think it is inappropriate that we require within the bylaw of what that reporting should be.
Okay, thank you. Member from Deep River and then from Boncher Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So acknowledging the fact that we did put in that we want reporting back to us when that authority is used is fine, and I think important. However, acknowledging the fact that although it's not prescribed, we're getting reports that meet our requirements. So my suggestion is going to be, let's move forward, and once we are not getting reports that don't meet our expectations, then we can ask for more information. But I mean, obviously, and it's been acknowledged that we're getting reports that are detailed enough. They're the same reports that we would get as if we were making that decision. So I don't see what's broken. If at some point we don't have enough information, we can ask for it.
Okay, thank you. And Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. I don't know why we're talking about the delegated authority bylaw. We should be discussing this particular policy under bylaws, so I'm not sure why we've gone back to something that we've already passed.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, Mr. Bromley, please.
I would seek a recorded vote, please, on this.
Thank you. Okay, and so with that, we'll have a recorded vote. All those in favor? Oh, record. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Councillor Donahue?
Opposed.
Councillor Brose?
Opposed.
Councillor Doncaster?
In favor?
Warden Nemo?
In favor.
Councillor Giardini?
In favor.
Councillor Grells?
In favor.
Councillor Lynch?
In favor.
Councillor McKenzie?
Opposed.
Councillor Mayville?
In favor.
Councillor Murphy?
In favor.
Councillor Nicholson?
In favor.
Councillor Service?
In favor.
Councillor Watt?
In favor.
Councillor Weir?
Opposed.
Councillor Wilmer?
In favor.
And the motion is passed with 11 for and 4 against. I'm sorry, the weighted vote is 155 to 51.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll move to the closed portion of the meeting. If you don't mind, please, be it resolved that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended for the purpose of 2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, community services business case, and 2D, relations or employee negotiations, paramedic negotiations. A mover, please. South Algona Wilberforce, North Algona Wilberforce, and Town of Barnpar. all those in favor? Opposed? No. Thank you. And thank you, and welcome back. And with that, we'll turn to the Chair of Health Committee for a resolution, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Yes, coming out of closed session, very pleased actually to report on another bylaw resolution. Paramedic Service Collective Agreement with CUPE, Resolution Number H-CC-24-06-96, moved by myself, seconded by committee. And that County Council adopt a bylaw approving the new collective agreement between the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 4698, the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service, and the County of Renfrew for the term January 1, 2024 to December 31, 2026. The background is attached. While this was not circulated prior to today's meeting, I think enormous gratitude to all of those that worked on negotiating, on a favorable negotiation. Enormously pleased to have some legs now. I think that the last time that we approved an agreement with the CUPE, with the paramedic service, I think it almost expired about a minute and a half after we'd approved it. So we do have some term to run through this. And I know certainly Mr. Belmore, Chief Nolan, I'm sure Deputy Chief Grenier, Libby, and at the time, of course, Farrell were integral towards this. But I would be remiss, Mr. Warden, if I did not also extend appreciation to CUPE for a very productive negotiation. And I think that it did move along as rapidly as these things do. I think it showed the commitment and good faith of both the negotiating parties, and hence we have, as I understand from Mr. Blackmore, CUPE has ratified this, so we have before us a 3-year contract, and that provides us a great deal of stability with the paramedic service. I think this is certainly win-win. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
On behalf of committee. And with that, are there any comments or questions? All right, seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And of course, the chambers echo the chair's comments on the negotiations and the successful partnership with CUPE to get the negotiations completed. And we'll move to the Chair of Finance, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Finance and Administration Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under resolutions, we have a business case. It is resolution number CSCC 24-06-41. Moved by the Chair, seconded by committee. The County Council directs staff to begin the implementation of the following changes to the organizational structure of the Community Service Department, reassigning the duties and titles of the Early Years Supervisor and Community Housing Supervisor positions to the positions of Community Service Supervisor, thereby adding them to Schedule A at Group 8 in the salary grid within Employment Bylaw Number 1, and that these changes be in effect of the passing of a revised Employment Bylaw Number 1, effective at its passing in 2024. And further to that, under bylaws, we have Employment Bylaw Number 1, Resolution Number FACC 24-06-80, moved by the Chair, seconded by committee. The County Council directs staff to implement the changes to the non-union staff salary grid within Employment Bylaw Number 1, and there is background there on the 3 positions, all of which is respectfully submitted by the committee, sir.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover, please.
So moved.
Thank you. Again, any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you very much. And Chair again, please. Bylaw number 1? Which did one? Oh, I'm sorry. We did both. My apologies. I claim to have dirty glasses today. I'm not sure. There's a paper rolling around here. So with that, and that's my fault. that the bylaws listed on item 14 of the County Council agenda dated June 26, 2024 be deemed read 3 times and passed. Bylaw 10224, Bylaw 10324, Bylaw 10424, Bylaw 10524, and Bylaw 10624. Can I have a mover, please? Mover Boncher Valley, second by Head Claire Mariah. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And we can move to written reports. I don't have any because we met Friday. Eastern Ontario Regional Network, please.
Thank you, Warden. To Renfrew County Council, I did submit my report. Our May 30th AGM and board meeting was in Kingston. I was acclaimed as the new chair of the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, and the new vice chair is Francis Smith. So we lost a couple of members, as you probably know. Our chair, Pierre Leroux, and outgoing mayor, went to the private sector. Liz Danielson, who was an Eastern Ontario Warden's Caucus rep, stepped down. So we now have Eastern Ontario Warden's Caucus members, Warden Smith and Warden Bonnie Clark, who I believe is your vice chair, correct, Warden? Yes. Yeah. We said goodbye to our outgoing CFO and welcomed our new CFO. And then we reviewed our new vision, mission statement, and strategic plan. The new strat plan will be ready for distribution, but I think that this new direction that EORN is going in is quite exciting as we come to the end of our broadband and cellular projects, because the province has gone with the reverse auction to have ISPs in your municipalities. We've decided that this is the time to take on other regional issues and challenges, such as the Eastern Ontario Warden's Caucus 7 and 7 housing plan. And we have some other ideas in the healthcare sector. And as you heard this morning, I thought that agriculture delegation we had this morning was brilliant. I think it is a regional issue that I will be bringing back to EORN, and I hope that they will embrace it. And that's my report, Warden, unless somebody has any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Whitewater, please.
Yes, thanks, Warden. Just a question. I missed asking you before, but the 7 and 7 plan, the proposal was done up by EORN and provided to the Warden's Caucus?
It was.
Is there a timeline for when that might come back, or we might have some more news on how that'll work?
Warden?
I suspect you'll see something in August. The CAOs are looking at the plan and the business plan, and there is some tinkering and strategic direction within the plan that they're going to be bringing back to us in July. Yeah, and I thought it would get here in August. But yeah. I have a meeting in July, yes. Yeah, it's coming back to us in July, and then it should be back here. I can report on it in August.
So, if I may, Mr. Warden, EORN, I think, is assuming September for us to get it back and have our staff review it. I will say that the EORN staff worked very, very, very hard on what was submitted to the Eastern Ontario Warden's Caucus, and we're really proud of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're going to ask them to work through their holidays to get here by August, because you can't have the warden being wrong. But no, we'll get it back to you as quick as we have it finalized.
That's just mean-spirited.
Yeah, I'm getting that way in my old age. But thank you very much for the question. FCM?
No, thank you, Chair. I have no written report. I would just like, I guess everybody knows there's no written report because you don't have it. Just for information purposes, I was in Calgary at the annual conference and AGM. I had my name standing for one of the positions on the Ontario caucus, where there were 9 positions up for election and 18 people running, and I don't know, happy or sad to say I was not re-elected to the board or elected to the board. However, my name will be put forward for committees. And I will be putting together some more information. But I was in Calgary when this water main break took place, that they're still dealing with a 2 meter in diameter cement water feeder line that feeds basically most of the downtown. So, and that's ongoing. And I'm assuming that all the lower tier, all the local municipalities have received their CCBF notifications. And I just wanted to point out that in the fall economic statement and the budget that the federal government had put forward, the CCBF, while obviously they had some money in there somewhere, that CCBF was not in there. And this is one of the things that FCM was directly negotiating with the federal government. One of the things that took a little while was any of these funding programs, the federal government is very adamant nowadays that the provinces and territories have to come to the table. So that took a little time working out, but happy to see that the CCBF has been renewed again, so that we have that predictable stream of funding. And just so you know that FCM continues to advocate for an more increases to these funds. And I'll leave it to that. Thank you.
Thank you. We just made a motion to sign our 10-year contract with AMO last night, and it passed. Excuse me. Thank you. Member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Warden. I just wanted to follow up on the FCM issue that we talked about before. The wastewater resolution that the county council approved, I think it was end of January. We are doing a similar iteration that'll be forwarded to FCM. I think the deadline is this weekend. We're just putting the final touches on it, and then it'll be forwarded for Glenn to try to muscle through. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Deep River.
So on the same issue, like water operating, okay. So that's great. I have had some conversations about that, and staff has actually been working in the background because it's not official policy yet, but they've been doing a lot of work on that, and it would be ready, and that will be very helpful, and that'll come forward at the next Board of Directors meetings cycle. Thank you.
While we're on topic, we'll have Mr. Kelly mention something.
Thank you. And just to perhaps remind the member that FCM recently, and I think you all received it, if not, we can forward it around as well. FCM received released a report, the Municipal Growth Framework report as well, and it addresses some of these shortfalls in all the communities across Ontario. So again, it was a great document that FCM actually did some evidence-based reporting on. And again, if you haven't received it, I'm sure we can forward it around to you. You have not received it? Okay, we'll make sure it gets around to you. Or just on the FCM website. It's front and center.
I thought we sent it out.
I thought we did too, but it's on the FCM.ca website if you double check. Yep.
Thank you. So with that, we'll go to the Roma report, please.
Thank you, Warden. So the Roma board met in Thunder Bay from June 12th to 14th. You can see we used our first day there for good, not evil. We were here, there, and everywhere. It was a very long day, starting with a beautiful hike at Kakabeka Falls in the morning, and then all the way through to the beautiful Terry Fox Memorial and Lookout. Obviously, there's a list there of the things that we did. Of interest, we had lunch at Norwest Community Health Center and learned about what they're doing with the opioid crisis that is rampant in Thunder Bay. So we'll keep our eye on that. They actually have a lab that's testing drugs to make sure that there is no fentanyl in what people are using. So I just thought that was interesting. Also, we did go to Smart Modular Canada, which is a modular home builder. They build them all inside. I used to think modular homes were they weren't very well built. These are solid. The R factor for insulation is incredible. we were really, really, really interested in what they were building. They are also doing what's called VOG, which is vinyl over gypsum, which is just drywall, but very interesting where you can wipe down the walls. So maybe something, I know that we certainly have probably people in our area that build something very much like what Smart Modular Canada is building, but I thought I'd bring that forward anyway. We received our financial statements. To my colleague's point, the Director of Enterprise Center, LAS, presented on their ideas for water and wastewater issues across Ontario. LAS, obviously, they know our sector. They help us with our power needs, et cetera, et cetera. They are putting together a policy discussion, and I was going to send it out to Neil and to Mayor Wilmer. A feasibility study will be done by the end of 2024. And I do know that we have a meeting at 8:45 tomorrow about this issue. So stay tuned. Bridget Cherry, our senior advisor from AMO, updated the board on refreshed advocacy on POA. As we heard very abruptly, we are not, or the province isn't doing Part 3s anymore, and it looks like they won't be doing Part 4s either. So more information to come. There is advocacy going on with the Attorney General's office and MTO. We also had a policy update on access to health services, which we all know is a continued challenge. There's information there. One of my questions was if capital gains legislation ever actually rolls out. I mean, I know that yesterday was the deadline, but there's no legislation there yet. What will it mean to incorporated doctors, especially in rural and remote areas? So that's sort of on their radar now. And on June 5th, I went to the Teeny Tiny Summit in Tweed, and it was wonderful. And they did highlight, had Clara Mariah, and had some photos of your yeah, that's right. I think it was off Mayor Girls' back porch. So kind of cool, kind of neat. Thank you, Warden. That's my report.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Okay, thank you. And we'll get you some information from our meeting tomorrow morning. It's driven just by getting more information about some of the initiatives of LAS and AMO and somebody else. Yeah, so anyway, we'll present you with some information down the road. And notice of motions, seeing none. Members' written motions, seeing none. And new business. Member from Deep River, please.
Just getting in front of my colleague from our prior, so. Just for information purposes, and I don't know which broadband fund this came from. I think it was some kind of a reverse auction through Infrastructure Ontario, but Cogeco is installing fiber to home in Deep River. House by house by house, it's going. So just as an update, so some of that broadband infrastructure money is flowing, and you can see why it costs so much, because the crews they have in town going like down every street is phenomenal. So anyway, that's coming, and I think that's going to open up a whole bunch more opportunities for some other providers also. So just thought I'd share that.
Great, thank you. And is there anybody else with new business? I know you all have Canada Day celebrations, so please enjoy those. Very quickly, I'd like to express my gratitude publicly to Greg Belmore and the people that worked with him for the Wardens Tournament. It was just a real success. It was nicely done. People came up, greeted with a smiling face and a nice-sized loot bag. And during the day, whenever they circled back through, stopped for pictures or a comment, and then the evening as well. So thank you very much. It really reflects nicely on us, and I know that I sent out notes to all of your team and got responses back from them. So again, just through you to them, thank you very much. Very impressive. And then also for the Ontario Winter Games on June the 10th, when we had the wrap up, again to Jason and Gwen and Connie and I can't remember, Melissa. Awesome job. I was trying to do as much of it myself, which usually ends up generating 3 times as much work for everybody else. But it came off really well. And again, thank you to the 4 of you, and of course Craig for being in attendance and taking part in the program as well. It looked very good for us as an organization and as a community. And I'd like to thank Gwen and her team and Laura from John's office and Tina from here for their work in putting together this program for John, as well as the video packages and just again, it made us look very good. It made we're doing the right things. We're recognizing people in our community, and we're recognizing outside of the community things that need to be done. And then very quickly, thank you to the Mesa team, and then also the organization behind the team for their connection with CBC, which will allow people to see how much of a caring community that we are, and the things that we're trying to do to assist people. We know that people need stability in their lives. Housing is one portion of the stability, and then health as well as hope. And hope comes in many uniforms and many shapes. And so we are providing hope, which in a circular motion provides stability. So again, thank you to all of them as well. And I hope everybody has a really good break in July. I know I started off with several days off, and I have several days less off now, but I hope everybody has a really great time in July. And with that, I'm looking for a confirmatory bylaw. And that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on June 26, 2024 be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed, bylaw number 10924. Can I have a mover, please? North Dakota Wilberforce and Township of Greater Madawaska. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And I would take a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor from Laurentian Hills and from Madawaska Valley, please. Again, thank you very much for your patience today. It's been a long day, and really appreciate that. And I'll try and knock the rust off before August. I'm going to call the vote. Yes, I am. I know I can't. I know I can't talk after the vote. All in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. See, I understand procedure.